Ooh. Why is the green screen doing that? What the hell? Hang on, this has happened before. Let's see if I can fix this. 1 second. Na, 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 na. Is it? Oh, I think I might know why. Yeah. I think it's because my other light's on. Yeah, I might be freaking out because of that. 1 second. Camera. Oh, yeah, I think that might be why. Yo, what up, Crowbar, man? What up, man? Welcome. Just trying to fix this shit. There we go. Ah, perfect. Yeah, it's because my kitchen light was on. The green screen was freaking out. Ah, got it. Alright. Yeah, so we're going to continue with Attorney Chronicles. Yeah, last time we more or less have borderline started the third case still. Because the way that this courtroom setting works in London is that there's a panel of not panel of judges, panel of what is it? Jurors, jury duty and whatnot, and they have the right to decide a guilty or non-guilty verdict at any point in time during the trial. They don't have to wait until the end like modern trials. So we had to convince them. It's like, oh no, change your mind. So there's like a lot of things in this game that kind of like slow down the pace of this game, but yeah, I'm like still enjoying it regardless. So, though I guess I probably want to do something different. I mean, how many Ace Attorney series have they gotten the series that are more or less borderline the same thing? So probably want to spice it up a little bit, new gimmicks and whatnot. Yeah, let's continue. Okay, so yeah, so they're up to testify again because we exposed their lies and whatnot. So they have to kind of be like, oh no, it wasn't like that. It was like this. Classic Ace Attorney lawyer. I saw a clip of Solid Snake running around naked, with his hands covering his junk. One of the retro games, I think. That might have been Metal Gear Solid 2. Then that might have been Raiden, because there is a part where you do actually get all your gear stripped away from you, and you do have to run around naked. So that might be that. So yeah, I do know the part. Yeah. But yeah, that is in Metal Gear Solid 2. There is a part where you are literally naked. So yeah, looked official. Alright. You explain the various misbehavings brought to your attention by the defense's summation, exclamation. Right, yeah, we gotta go over these guys again. Yeah, because, we found out last time that, yeah, that they were riding in a carriage. They were riding on top, these two guys on the middle and the right. They were riding on top, and they could see inside the carriage, and apparently they saw the murder. But it's like we found some bits and pieces, so they gotta try to testify again. So I only carried 4 passengers in that night, I swear. But oh, that's right. Yeah, we exposed that there was a 5th passenger. So yeah, because before they were like, oh, there was only us 2, and there was 2 in the carriage, and that was it. But we exposed that there was a 5th person, so we gotta get them retestified because of that. Well, I for one was told I had to pay 5 pences for the bus. He fiddled us on the fare, he did, and then he saw that blood-curdling sight as well, and it's all too much. I tell you, I saw Mr. McGill stabbing that man. It's everything I said before stands. Oh, yes, he stabbed him. Yes, he did. I think so, yes. Yeah, but the driver's running out right up front, so I'm still in the theory that he couldn't have possibly seen inside, so... Again, that's like a case of like jumping like 1 step ahead of the game. It's like, no, you gotta wait until this point, so then you can expose this lie. Only when I say. Counsel, make sense of this for me, please. The phantom fifth passenger conjured into existence by my learned Eastern friend never existed. The confusion has arisen from the coachman's sly little cosenage. Beppo, explain yourself. I'm terribly sorry, Guildmaster. The Guild's fare is 4 pence across the board, you know that. So charging a little bit extra. Am I allowed to understand that you've been overcharging our passengers by a penny a fare? It's so cold, and the last run of the day is always half empty. I still want a little bit extra money to, you know, wait his whistle at the end of the day. You have been dishonest, coachman. I'm sorry. You're a disgrace, Beppo, a disgrace! And your subject's action has brought dishonor on the entire guild. If I may, sir, I had to pay 10 pence on the bus last week. What? 4 passengers at 5 pence each is, yes, 20 pence. I've done the arithmetic 10 times already, but I just can't make the result come out differently. So people getting charged extra, and also there was a 5th person. No, that figures. Well, it would appear that one of the affirmated misgivings has already been explained. So, counsel for defense, your cross-examination, if you so please. We've already had the pleasure of a protracted summation explanation today. Also, oh, 1 second. I forgot to close my door. Let me do that real quick. So my neighbor can't hear me. Hang on. Oh, god damn it. Clothes are getting stuck in the fucking doorway passage. There we go. Yeah, it's because like the way that my apartment complex is built, so the bedrooms touch each other, so I want my voice to carry through my living room to the bedroom, so my neighbor can hear me if she's trying to sleep or whatnot. So rather not. All right. Yeah, because when I'm in my bedroom and she's like in her living room, I can't hear her, so I'm assuming it works the other way around. We've already had the pleasure of a protracted okay, there it is. I see you intend to continue this parlor games. Absolutely. I'm gonna casually cross-examination every single piece of like usual. Press on everything. Hold it! So there were only 4 passengers in your carriage, but you didn't charge the standard 4 pence fare? Is that right? Oh yeah, we can go from person to person in case they kind of slip up as well. It's impossible to make the last run of the day pay. I was so cold, so all I could do was stop myself from passing out. I'm getting chilblains just by listening to you. It was terrible, so I want to give myself a pat on the back, even for keeping the bus running. It doesn't the dedicated coachman deserve an extra penny per passenger? You're digging a deep hole for yourself here. If only there'd be a 5th passenger on the omnibus that night. Then we would have another suspect. Yeah, because we checked out the carriage last time, and there was a hidden compartment, which was like, oh yeah, this is where they, store maintenance equipment, but I'm assuming that somebody was hiding in there, so... Okay. Oh, hang on. Gotta press on this as well. Hold it! Does that mean everyone on board that night had paid 5 pence to the 4? Well, I paid 5 pence too, sir. And I just told you that I did. A flat fare of 5 pence across the board. It's not something to be proud of. The so-called discrepancy at Lurfa, my lone friend identified, was nothing of the sort. Much like the phantom killer you so desperately needed, it's gone, dead and buried. I had been happy if it never existed in the first place.
Hold it!
This blood-curdling sight, you mean the murder, I presume? Yes, sir. A loathsome sight, and no one should have witnessed the horror in the eyes of a man in the moment his life is taken. Oh well, not exactly, sir. I mean, I didn't actually see the exact moment that the jet was stabbed. Oh? Good gracious, really? We all have another witness who did, however. The bank already testified to it. But Mr. Force didn't actually see the point at which the victim was killed. That may turn out to be very significant. I heard the banker jet next to me take a Sharpie and take a breath, you see, and that's when I looked at the glass. That's when I saw the horrible blade poking out from his belly, all covered in blood. Every time I see a knife now, I can't help screaming, even when I'm eating. Oh dear. I tell you, I saw Mr. McGill stabbing that man. Everything I said before stands.
Hold it!
So you saw the defendant, Mr. McGill, stabbing the victim, Mr. Mason, who was sitting next to him? That's what I said, isn't it? I was bothering him before, this was. For just a brief moment, he was hesitating before answering a question. Anyway, there was only the two of them inside the carriage, wasn't there? There's been much talk of a fifth passenger, but as yet, zero evidence. Then what are we wasting time for, eh? This is black and white, the man's guilty. Something about Mr. Fairplay's testimony just jars with me. I wish I could work out what it was. Interesting.
Hold it!
Earlier, you testified that you saw the moment when the defendant allegedly stabbed the victim, didn't you? Oh yes, that's right. You said that the victim was on the floor, and described the assailant holding a knife in an ice-pick grip. I suppose I might have, yes, but put the cart before the horse, maybe. What's this? Well, I'm quite sure about most of it. I was driving the horses when I heard a scream from the seats on the roof deck. Oh, I expect that was me, sir. And when I turned around, yes, I saw her through the skylight. The gentleman on the floor and the knife was sticking up out of his midriff. That's right, yes, the fellow had the hold in the handle and it was a famous man, yes. So in short, you didn't see the moment when the victim was actually stabbed at all? I really thought I did, but when I go over it again in my head, no, I suppose I didn't actually see the precise moment of stabbing, didn't I? Oh. Busted.
And that makes it like really obvious that depressing like another person that react like that. I was just expecting it to be more subtle, but that's not very subtle at all.
Excuse me!
Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Fairplay? Now you listen to me. I know what you're thinking. He didn't really see the exact moment the fellow was stabbed. What are the chances of that? Eh? Are you asking me or telling me? He's getting flustered. I might be able to extract some new information from him if I answer cleverly. I could have just happened to be the exact moment the crime was committed. Some days like that. Well, I suppose some days are like that. Sooner or later, you'll see something that you wish you hadn't. If you're always peeping through a skylight on top of the omnibus. Peeping? I'm a respectable city bank guard, And I know what I saw. I remember as clear as a Ballarat day. It was a grim scene, I don't mind telling you. Thank you, Mr. Fairplay. Oh, excuse me if I was getting a little hot on the collar there, my lord. I would like you to supplement your testimony with a clear statement about what exactly you saw. Oh, I can do that, alright. I'll tell you just how grim it was. Alright, sure. Do you think I forget the sight before the blood-soaked hands of that butcher stabbed the man?
Hold it!
Sure, tell us more. Blood-soaked? Ahem, well, perhaps soaked just laying on a little thick, but anyway, there was definitely blood all over them, and both were covered in it. And you saw that from the roof through the skylights? Well, the skylight's reasonably large, so I had a pretty good view. And there was a lamp on either side of the carriage as well, so I'm quite sure of what I saw. Oh, that's right, it was night, wasn't it? That's okay. This banker's latest statements. I feel like there's something not quite right about it. When you feel something doesn't add up, Mr. Naruto, that's when you should have a good look through the court record. Right. Not long ago, this trial very merely came to an end. Somehow we've managed to keep our chances alive here. I can't waste this cross-examination. I have to use it to bring some new facts to light. If you're not careful about where you press these witnesses, the danger is that you end up believing something unhelpful as they did before. Maybe, but we can't let the fear of that happening from stop us from recovering the important new information. Yes, you're right. You're so right. I need to pay careful attention here. I don't want to miss even a flicker of a reaction among the witnesses. Yeah, even though when it goes up it's going to be really obvious. Unless it becomes more subtle later on, we'll see. Remember, if you happen to spot one of the witnesses reacting in a strange way, don't hesitate to pursue them as to the reason. Yeah, so we've got these extra bits of dialogue, so what do we have to present on this? Unless we have to press it again. Oh. Yeah, blood-soaked hands. He was wearing gloves, right? Maybe? Maybe. Yeah, I could save. Hang on. Can I save? Yeah, let me save. Just in case. Oops, I didn't want to do that. Yeah, so if he was wearing gloves, they wouldn't have seen his hands. So I don't know why that matters, but okay, sure. Let's do it anyway.
Objection!
Okay, there we go. It works. Blood-soaked hands? Well, I admit that soaked might be laying on a little thick, but anyway, there was definitely blood all over them. Both of them were covered in it. Well, I'm very sorry to disagree, Mr. Fairplay, but that's more than a little particular. What? Here are the gloves worn by the defendant, Mr. McGillard, on the night in question. Oh, yes, right. And there certainly does not appear to be a sizable dark-covered stain there. But, as I'm sure you will clearly see, it's only on the right-handed glove. Okay, so there was a little bit more information that we could have used on that when he was like, oh, both hands were completely soaked. They should have said that initially. And that would have led me to be like, oh, yeah, clearly not. Right? Yeah, it's like he said they were completely soaked after having to present him on that, so, yeah. Right. Ugh. In short, Mr. Fairplay, your testimony is inconsistent. Yeah. But, no, that can't be right. So you're the liar here then? Been chewing on his cane. That's right, you were quite clear about it. You said here. It was both hands. Mr. Fairplay, your last statement was a lie. It calls your entire testimony into question. You say you saw the moment the victim was stabbed, but is it really the truth?
Objection!
It was a simple mistake. You can't justify accusing this man of lying. Yes, it was both hands. It was only one, but the fact remains. He's like completely freaking out. Of course not. The victim's blood was on the accused.
Objection!
No, Mr. Fairplay categorically stated that he saw the blood all over both hands, which means that there's a strong possibility that this witness was deliberately trying to mislead the court. Why? I'm a city banker, but for Pete's sake, my word should be the gold standard. I'm a gentleman, not some gutter snipe. Upstanding member of society. Don't provocates? Never heard that word in my life, but okay. He's claiming to have no reason to lie. But is that really the case? Mr. Naruto. If we have some evidence to explain why Mr. Fairplay might be lying, he could turn the tide and start trial completely. Something to show this man a compelling reason to lie in his testimony. I have evidence.
Oh yeah, Crowbar, I just remembered. I watched, what is it, Bubba Hotep. I actually found a full upload of the movie on YouTube, so I watched it there. Quality wasn't great, but still, I watched it. And, yeah, it was more or less what you expect from a Bruce Campbell role. It was more or less Evil Dead, except it was, except it was Elvis instead of Ash Williams, so... Was it unusual from memory? I remember some gross part about boils on genitals. I don't think I saw that. There was a mummy in it. Yeah, there was like some sort of like old Egyptian god or like lord that was mummified and then like came back to life or something like that. Some sort of curse that kept him alive forever. But it's like when he's in the coffin, he's fine. But as soon as he's breaking out of the coffin, he's out. He's about. And he's going to the old folks' home to take souls, because, like, who cares if old people die, so... Yeah, but it was alright. Not too bad. Yeah, fairly interesting, but I was expecting it to be, like, more like Bruce Campbell as Elvis, like, interacting with, like, a lot of the other old folks and whatnot. And there was a tiny bit of that, but I was expecting a lot more of that, instead of, like, hey, it's basically Evil Dead, again! It's like, okay, I've seen this before. I've seen this a million times. But then again, I guess that'd be like a role that he'd like, be like extremely comfortable in. It's like, I've done this before, let's do it again. Easy paycheck. I have evidence. My lord. Yes, counsel? You saw maybe part of one. Haven't seen any of the Evil Dead movies, unfortunately. Oh, haven't you? Yeah, number 2 is really good, but it has like some weird pacing issues. Like rewatching it now, it's like, oh, there's like some parts that are like really slow. But Army of Darkness is great all the way through. Highly recommend that. I remember a zombie stabbing someone in the side with an ankle with a pen or knife. That might have been the new Evil Dead. Not the most recent one, but the one before that one. It was like a revisit of the series, but they were like more like getting rid of the comedy and more like embracing the horror elements, and that's what they've been doing with the Evil Dead recently. With the most recent Evil Dead Rise and the one before that, so yeah, but Evil Dead 2 is straight up more or less a remake of the original Evil Dead, so yeah, so I'd recommend 2, but take it with a grain of salt because there are some strange, like very, very, very slow pacing issues. So, and then Army of Darkness, and then you can watch the revisit the Evil Dead, the one that's just called Evil Dead. The more recent one. I forget when that came out, but yeah, but not the original Evil Dead, the one after that one. And then Rise was alright. It was okay. I watched it recently actually. It was okay. You know, what did you expect? Yeah, I think I enjoyed the one before that one much more than I did the Rise personally, but yeah, but we'll see. We'll see if there ends up being any more Evil Dead entries. Because they did Ash vs Evil Dead this show, which was really great. And apparently there was supposed to be a season 3, but Star, the network that they were on, it got cancelled. So, oh, was it Star? It was Oh, I forget the network. It wasn't Star. It was some other network that got the rights to the show. And they did like 2 seasons, and then they killed it off. It's like, well. And there was like a stinger at the end for another season, and that never came to be. And then Bruce Campbell retired the character. So, shame Evil Dead the game didn't do so well. Yeah, that could have been great, but that was strange. Yeah, though to be fair, I got a whole bunch of DLC. Evil Dead the game. I played an Evil Dead the game on Dreamcast. It was okay. There was gonna be another in those styles. A bit like Resident Evil. Yeah, I think it's Evil Dead. I think it's a fistful of boomstick or boom shock or something like that. Shotgun, whatever it is. But I was watching somebody play that a while back on the original Xbox, and that looked really fun too. Yeah, but Evil Dead the games had some weird issues. Like the maps were like way too big, and always seemed way to one side, no matter which side you're playing on. So. Yeah, definitely could have used a bit more, better direction. Anyway, we're getting off topic here, off track. Yes, counsel. The defense is ready to present evidence. By Jove, are you sure? Yes, evidence will clearly demonstrate why Mr. Fairplay had the reason to lie in his testimony. Very well. I hereby call on the defense to present its evidence. The evidence that this demonstrates the motive for the witness's alleged deception of the court. Sure. Does the main character have an issue with his hands, or is it a samurai type of glove? For what? For this? Or... For this game? Oh, yeah, I'm not too sure. I wasn't paying attention. Yeah, because he's got the samurai sword. Hang on, can I? I can't look at the character record, can I? No, I can't. Motive for the deception of the court. Yeah, I've got that. Trying to work out how it fits with the character. Right. I see. Check his hands if he speaks. Right, I'll keep a lookout. Maybe this? Ooh, I haven't even looked at this. Its portfolio must contain all sorts of secrets in London's hegemony. Oh dear, do you really think we ought to look inside? Well, it's look, we know everything of London's genuine personality, is it? Apart from my great detective friend, perhaps. Actually, I wonder. I assure you would not find Mr. Sherm's name inside. Well, I sure will. Let's see what we'll find. Okay. Gosh, it's crammed full of gentlemen's names, isn't it? Well, I suppose they're probably not all gentlemen, all are they? After all, not everyone in this country is well off. Ah, goodness. Then what is it? Look at all this. Do you see a name here? Bruce Fairplay. Should that mean something to me? It does sound strangely familiar, actually. Yeah, it's Literary's name. Yeah, must be it. Bruce Fairplay, the witness testified this very moment. Oh, yes, of course, the banker. Why is his name in here? Ah, he borrowed 20 guineas, did he? And look, his repayment is due fast as brothers. Repayment date is fast approaching. It's possible this is just a coincidence, of course. But this could be very useful information. Ah, good thing I just have to look at it. Aha, I found exactly what I needed at this very moment. Perfect.
Take that!
This is a list of debtors who owe money to Mr. McGillett. Yes, a list of innocent victims crippled by the accused's extortion. The point is, among the names of the debtors is your name. Mr. Bruce Fairplay. Ugh. What? Mr. Fairplay currently indebted financially to the accused? No. Well, it's barely worth being called a debt. According to this ledger, you're 20 guineas. Not an inconsiderable sum of money, would you say? Well, what of it? Oh yeah, I see. Yeah, it's kind of like the glove. Yeah, I think he was wearing that even before he got the samurai sword, so it might be just like a Japanese thing. Yeah, I like never even like really noticed that before. Because it looks like the gloves that archers use to like protect their wrists when they're like drawing the bow. Yeah, but it also might be like an arm guard to like protect their hands when they're like using swords, but yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure if he had that or not before he started using the sword. I'm pretty sure he did. Check the footage. Go back and watch part 1. Actually, I could probably do that right now. Hang on. Let's bring up my own YouTube page. Where are we? Ah, part 1. Here we are. Alright, I'm looking. Looking. Trying to. Oh, come on. Where is it? Jesus Christ. I need the one thing that I'm looking for, and I was like looking at all the other characters. Holy crap. Please. Ugh. Hang on. Oh yeah, he did have it. Okay. So he's had it the whole entire time. Yeah, I guess it's just a part of his aesthetic. Okay. Yeah, I guess it's just a part of the character design. For whatever reason. I don't know. Maybe some sort of Japanese thing. Who knows? What had become of your debt in this case? These documents state that this loan agreement is forged between the two individual parties. Therefore, were the creditor to the defendant here to be sentenced to capital punishment, all outstanding debts which owed to him will be annulled. They would cease to exist. Cease to exist? Oh, so he's trying to put him under on purpose so he can like dodge a payment of $20 or whatever. 20 francs, London dollars. I mean. Mr. Fairplay, is it not the case that you claimed your testimony to have seen something you never in fact saw? In a devious attempt to annul your debt of 20 guineas to defend it? Gah. Order, order, Mr. Bruce Fairplay. Yes, my lord. Let me ask you again, and be aware that your answer may have the most serious implications upon your future, sir. Did you or did you not see the precise moment in time in which the defendant is alleged to have thrust the knife into the victim? We're gonna hear a no. Your silence speaks volumes. You did not tell the truth in your testimony. Alright, now let's not make a melodrama out of this. Perhaps I did overstate the truth a pinch. A pinch? But it makes no difference. I definitely remember seeing blood on Mr. McGill's hands, both of them.
Objection!
And yet, only one of the defendant's gloves, which we have here as evidence, is stained. So you keep saying. Could have taken them off. I wonder if I might be allowed to speak, sir. Go ahead, Mr. First. Well, the thing is, I think I can remember seeing it myself, as it happens. Seeing what? The blood, sir, on the assailant's hands. I think, yes. I'm almost sure it was on both of his hands, not just one. What? What? Faints. It would appear that we're going to need further testimony from all your witnesses. This time, I would like to know precisely what you did and what you did not see. So make myself precisely clear. Perfectly clear. Yes. Mr. Naruto, this is good news. The course of the trial seems to have shifted slightly at last. Yes. I might finally have a chance to turn things around here. Hooray. Yeah, this chapter lost for fucking ever. I remember last time I had to quit, like, because I was lasting for so long. It's like, Christ. Just a single case in this game lost more than AAA video games. Jeez. I wonder what this really saw. There was blood on both hands of the assailants. I sincerely and distinctly remember that. However, I suppose you might say that I didn't see the exact moment the stabbing transpired, or if that matters. I remember seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both the attacker's hands with blood on them. I didn't actually see anything myself, no, not until I heard the scream. Anyway, the fact remains, there can't have been anyone inside that carriage, or we'd have all seen. Not necessarily. Yeah, I think I already know what to do here, but still. Oh, lo and behold, and the truth of the fact, not only will you have witnessed the crucial moment the crime was perpetrated. I apologize, my lord, but honestly, there was no one else inside that carriage, and the man's hands were covered in blood. That incriminating evidence is testament to anything we saw a man do it. That's really not what the testimony is about. Let us examine the interior of the omnibus once more. Do we have to? You already know about that. The victim's fresh blood is clearly visible in the seat, corroborating with the witnesses' accounts. In other words, there is no substantial nor significant change in the facts of the case. Very well. Your cross-examination, please, counsel. Yes, my lord. I'm just gonna straight up just pray. I'm gonna completely guess here and just give evidence straight away so I can like jump this. I'll save anyway, just in case. I'll fuck this up in case I need to press on dialogue. But what I reckon is that I can present the carriage at that very last statement.
and be like, no, you didn't see. How could have you seen on the other seat? Impossible. That's what I'm thinking anyway. Let's see here. What?
Objection!
Oh, nice, nailed it. Allow me to confirm one thing, Mr. Fairplay. You were riding this omnibus and witnesses the events at the cabin through the skylight on the floor on the upper deck, is that right? That's right, yes. In that case, there is a portion of the cabin interior that would have been out of sight from you. Yes, exactly one. I think I tried to present this earlier, but obviously I wasn't supposed to present this at that time, so... Again, it's like thinking like 2 steps ahead of the game. It's like it's like the obvious thing you have to present, but it's like, no, you have to present it now, not before. What? By golly, really? Obviously, at this stage, we can't say for sure. But this possibility cannot be denied. At the time of the incident, there could have been another passenger in the enclosed cabin on the omnibus.
Objection!
Enough hypothetical meandering, my Nipponese friend. The prosecution demands that you substantiate your claims. The bizarre word. But after all, the scene of the crime was here, in the flesh. Very well, I will hop on the prosecution's demand. You identify the area in this cross-examination plan of the omnibus. Easy. Where exactly on the omnibus are you suggesting the potential extra passengers could have been situated? Duh. Are we all stupid or what? Please. Right here. Because like they're sitting here and they can only see down there, so obviously.
Take that!
Both rows of seats on the roof in the face of the direction travel. Whereas the seats in the closed cabin face each other. Which means the visible part of the cabin which passengers on the roof deck can see through the skylight. As I've drawn here, are you drawing out evidence? Ah! That's right, my lord, as you can see. The seat opposite the one of the victim his attacker was sitting, obscured from view. So that means you can eyeball the other guy on the other side and nobody would be the wiser. You see the person opposite up top to see someone freaking out and they have no idea why. In other words, if someone had been sitting in that seat, it's quite possible the witnesses would have been completely unaware of it. Ah!
Objection!
It's quite possible some phantom was sitting there. You Nipponese have a forbidding habit of obscuring the truth with ambiguity. I conjure where the prosecution's conjure. In British court of law, evidence is paramount. I cannot entertain this conjecture, counsel. That is, unless you're able to put a name to this mysterious passenger to whom you allude. Yeah, we can't do that. Can you, Mr. Narrator? No. I mean, at least you have no idea. Honestly, don't know who could have been. Who could have been in the other seat, which was out of sight from the witnesses on the roof deck? I have an ink. Okay, we're gonna roll with it. Sure. I understand, my lord. The defense would like me to put forward a name. You are a fool. Yeah, he looks weird when he looks straightforward. It's like a character model is like obviously designed to like look in a direction. When he like turns his head and looks right forward, it looks bizarre. That response was a desperate attempt by the man who has no notion of his own limitations. A toast to hard lessons and yet not learnt. Yeah, like that. That looks odd. Let us not delay counsel. The defense still has the name of the passenger in the other seat. This could be it. This could be the chance that I've been waiting to turn the trial in my favor. On that night,
On the night of the murder, the person occupying the seat in the omnibus cabin that was screened for view was... I have no fucking idea. This guy... This guy that we met once, that'd be fucked up. Huh. Him, you... The victim himself, he was in two places at once. Oh, I got no idea. What the fuck, man? We're gonna save for no reason. Yep. No. Just because. It's I'm doing it because it's funny. We're gonna have a fun time, right? Okay, I guess we're gonna guess, because it couldn't be him. Couldn't be you. 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 So this is literally the only person that we can put forward, right? Because he was on the other seats. He's the prosecutor, so it's gonna be him. He was also on the other seat with him, apparently. And he was upstairs. He was upstairs. Oh, he was in the front. He was upstairs and he was upstairs. So, and she was in another country. Oh, she was on a boat. Sure.
Take that!
Yes, concealed the blind spot of the cabin that night was none other than this unexpected passenger. Whatever so-called logic would arrive at that conclusion, it matters not, because your answer made one thing abundantly clear. Yeah, come on. The real blind spot is inside your head, and it would be appear so unusually large. Okay. So we're gonna load. So what the fuck? Who could have been that? Him? He killed himself. Huh? Oh no, wait, that's the victim. Right. Okay. So I guess I'm just gonna have to start pressing, like, giving bios randomly. Sure.
Take that!
Okay, this makes no sense, but alright, let's roll with it. The passengers in a closed cabin the witness on the roof deck failed to see. Has to be Mr. Magnus McGillen. Oh, so you're saying that he was asleep on the other side? And the murder victim was the one they actually saw, was somebody else completely? Mr. McGillen? What are you talking about, counsel? That's the name of the defendants.
Objection!
We literally have no evidence to... Oh, jeez. To back this up, but jeez. If I desecrate this chamber by smashing my hallowed chalice, do forgive the discourtesy. But enough talk. Have at you. Lord Van Zykes. People talk of Italian nations in the Far East as having a learning and culture of their own. But I see they use the terms ill-advisory. What are you trying to say? Let me explain in terms that even a student of art, this little backwater such as yourself might understand. When the bloody scene unfolded, the victim and his assailant were sitting side by side. Multiple witnesses have attested to the fact. As is the very premise on which this case is built.
Objection!
But in the premise, may be wrong. What? The victim was really sitting beside Mr. McGillen. It creates an inconsistency that can't be reconciled in any way. What inconsistency, counsel? The defendant's close, my lord. Both witnesses made the same testimony. Oh yeah, blood-soaked hands. Right. And they both saw somebody with blood-soaked hands, and Mr. McGill was wearing gloves. Right. They claimed there was blood on both hands of the person sitting next to the victim.
Objection!
Yet we know the truth to be otherwise. Only one glove bears a gory remains.
Objection!
The point is, even in the face of this irrefutable evidence, both witnesses have maintained their stance. Yes, the testimony remains unchanged. Exactly, they both adamantly swear that they clearly remember seeing blood on both hands of the assailant. In short, their memory of the events is correct and their testimony reveals the truth. It was somebody else sitting beside the victim that night, a third party we have yet to identify. The victim's blood was in the passenger's hands, both of them.
Objection!
And who was this third party? Obviously, the true culprit. It's extraordinary. Yeah, we're just like bullshitting our way out of this. We have like zero evidence to back this up. Order! What exactly are you postulating?
Objection!
The defense's postulation is just that, and nothing more than conjecture. Well, the witnesses clearly stated they saw the accused.
Objection!
But when elaborating on his testimony, Mr. Fairplay said the two of them were wearing hats. I couldn't exactly make out their faces. Yes. The tops of their heads were skewed by the roof. I could see the rest of them, though. Convenient. Yes, that's right, both gentlemen were clearly hatted. Hatters do tend to known as such things, sir. And what particular style of hat do these two gentlemen sport, Mr. First? I'm afraid I don't remember. And you call yourself a hatter? The style of the hat makes no difference. There was no third passenger in the cabin. How can you be so sure? Because if there had been, the accused Mr. McGill would undoubtedly offer to dispose that fact. Yeah, exactly, I guess. I guess he's not on the stand right now, so... Unless, that is, you are proposing even more preposterous explanation. Had the accused failed to even notice the presence of the true culprit in the very cabin in which he traveled? He's right. If there was another person traveling in the accused cabin in the omnibus, it's inconceivable that Mr. McGillen would even be unaware of it. Unless he happened to jump in when he passed out. Because he said he was completely passed out and he has no memory of killing, right? Order! There is clearly a simple solution to this problem. Bring the accused, Mr. McGill, to the stand. Well, that's what you say, counsel. The prosecution objects, my lord. On what grounds? As a suspect, you have already been made a full statement to the police. But what if there's some reason why he's unable to speak freely? Magnus McGill is no uneducated ruffian. It is indeed that turns out to be a man withholding information. You can be sure it would have been a most deliberate act. Counsel for the offense, what is your opinion? My lord, should we ask Mr. McGill to testify or not? Of course. I was even like to give this illusion of choice. I'm playing the video game. I think it's like Nintendo games. They like, you know, they're classic, like do this all the time. When it gives you a yes or no answer, but if you answer no, it loops around to yes, like over and over. It's like, why? You're playing the game, video game. Yes, we do need to hear what he says in order to find out the truth. The defense would like to call Mr. McGill to the stand. In that case, I would like to hear the opinion of the jury. Yes, a little more time to consider this. If you ask me, I think we should hear what Mr. McGill has to say. Get the man out here, I say. It would be utterly unlogical not to hear his testimony. When something needs doing, get it done. That's how I run things at the guild. Hearing what the patron of my favorite little park has to say? Oh yes, that would be lovely. Yes, the jury says the man must be heard. Well, I don't know why they haven't seen it, but okay. Very well, the court will hear the defendant's testimony. Bailiff, show the defendant to the stand at once. Alright.
Yeah, maybe what actually happened that night will finally become clear. Let proceedings be presumed. Mr. McGill, have you been listening to the discourse of this delay? To be sure I have, my lord. There are two new matters on the court which decides from here for you. The first is whether or not there was a third party of which the omnibus cabin was proposed by the defense. The second is that if a wished person is indeed present, why do you conceal the fact from the police? Begad, no, it is not my nature to be hiding anything at all. Well, answer the questions, please. The truth of the matter is, I've been desperate about this all along. I tell you so, I'll keep my mouth shut. Tell us what, Mr. McGillet? The fine fellow representing me is absolutely right. In the carriage of the night of myself and the other man, there was another passenger. It is true? Aye, it was to me I helped the urchin get away after all happened. Well, you helped. Yes, thank you for pinning me for murder. Now I'm gonna help you get away. You... What? No, Magnus McGillard, that convenient excuse can't save you now. They could have literally just bullshitted this on the spot. He was in the whole entire time. So yeah, I'm gonna roll it, of course. Yeah, there was another person. I'm truly sorry, so I am, Lord Van Zykes. I'm sure you'll be wanting to know why I said nothing when I was taken in by the police. I do, I'd be having a very good reason, I assure you. Which was... Well, the little child in me was just the wrong place at the wrong time, and not in a way involved, you see. What? If the police had known the wee one was there, I was a kid. They assume she'd done it there and hold her up in this courtroom, just like myself. I was only trying to spare that. Young hearts and young minds are easily damaged, my lord. Or is it a grown adult posing as a child? We're going to expose them. And who is this young child of whom you speak? That I don't know. You don't know? Aye, well, the weird thing just happened to be in the carriage that night. I never saw her before or since.
Objection!
We have absolutely no reason to believe this man. The prosecution calls for the witness' statement to be disregarded by the court. Yeah, though it aligns though, because like the seat that lifts up, there was like junk in there. And there'd be enough space for somebody short to fit in, and also there was somebody shorter, sitting on the other side that they saw, right? So, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if the urchin was in there in the courtroom when I speak, listening to the proceedings. What? Oh. Ah, smoke! Ah, fire! There's a fire! Look, someone's trying to get away! Answer them. It's no use. I can't see anything through the smoke. What is going on? Be careful, Mr. Naruhodo, cover your face. Bailiff, don't let the accused escape. Secure the omnibus. I hereby call an emergency recess. Bailiff, ensure the defendant in custody and clear the courtroom. What the hell? Smoke bomb? Or they set fire to the omnibus to destroy the evidence. Yeah, evidence this. We are hurriedly to remove from the smoke-filled courtroom by the bailiff, and amid the scenes of the chaos, we stumbled over one each other in desperation to flee the chamber. We had no idea what was happening, and all we knew that, from the time being at least, the trial was suspended. And is that the chapter end? Oh, okay, yeah, so how long was that? Oh, okay, so it was like literally an hour after I stopped last time. Yeah. Radio. Yeah, because last time I stopped because I was like, I don't know how much longer this chapter is going to last, but
Yeah, okay, that's fair. That's alright. of February, 12:52 p.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Wow, that's just happening there. Mr. Naruhodo finally managed to find out what happened. Mr. Soto, I was told there was an advanced small smoke grenade, a type of explosion device that releases smoke. Smoke grenade? It sounds like a sort of thing ninjas use. They're just making sure everything is safe now. I think the trial will start again before long. But who would have done something like that? The police managed to capture someone who was trying to flee the courtroom, apparently. Flee the courtroom? Why? Well, it's a young girl around 15, I hear. Nah, got her. Nailed it. A young girl? Then could it be? The other passengers that Mr. McGill was talking about? My thoughts exactly. So he wasn't lying. Oh, well, what's become of Mr. McGill, actually? There were so many things I need to ask him about. But he's not here. I think he was summoned to the prosecutor's chamber to answer questions. Along with the young girl. Who is she, I wonder? And what was she even doing there at trial? She was taking a huge risk, and for what possible benefit to herself? There's another matter that's troubling me. And what's that? The 20 pence. Hmm? Oh, according to the coachman, Mr. Beppo. He took 4 passengers that night at a fare of 5 pence each. That comes to a total of 20 pence exactly. But now it seems there are in fact 5 passengers. Which means the figures don't seem to add up again. Yeah, easy though. The 5th person was a stowaway. Easy. She's right, and that is strange. Counsel the defense kindly proceed to the courtroom. Trial will recommence in 5 minutes. Oh, thank you, officer. We're going straight away. Well, whoever she is, I imagine this young girl will be asked to take the stand to testify now. I really can't imagine what she's going to say. It could alter the whole direction of the trial. They could easily, she more or less gave herself up. Because he was like, I don't know who it is. She could have, not shown up. Could have, disappeared into the ether. Got away with it. I almost got away with it. We'll know soon enough, Mr. Soto. Yes. of February, 1 p.m., the Old Bailey courtroom. So there's only one courtroom. Alright. Ah. There's the young girl next to Mr. McGill. Look. She must have been the one who caused the disturbance before. Well, after that rather eventful recess, the court will now resume the trial of Magnus McGillen. Now then, Lord Van Zykes. My lord? I believe you established the cause of the smoke which veiled the proceedings earlier. It seems to have been an advanced form of smoke grenade, the sort of typically employed by the army. Good gracious, the army? What in the devil's name? It was an elaborate attempt by the young girl to cloak her escape from the public gallery, but she was caught. And now occupies the stands. Your name, girl? Are you responsible for the smoke grenade which induced this pandemonium here in my courtroom? Yeah, of course. Yeah, I'm so cool. Ellipses. What does it mean, this little deplorable behavior? Ahem, if I may, my lord. Yes, Mr. McGill. I think perhaps I ought to explain here. Why is it that we was here in the first place, and why she tried to bolt like that? 'Tis all up with the events of that night, so it is. Very well, Mr. McGill, I give your testimony. You will explain to the court exactly how this young woman is involved in this case. Just what just happened that night? It's not like the defense lawyer needs that information or anything. They're in together, they both did it. They took one knife each and they stabbed in one hand each. On the night in question, I took the back seat in the omnibus, promptly nodded off. Then Braga, a loud thud and a wee scream woke me up with a first start. There was a fella collapsed on the floor at my feet, so I sat him up with the seat across from me. Then I turned to find out where that scream had come from, and bless my soul, what did I find? There was a child in there, all curled up in a ball, hiding a wee step away. Of course, the classic, I didn't do it, I'm just a kid. I remain somewhat baffled, I confess, but from what I gathered on the night in question, this young girl was indeed running an omnibus, is that correct? This is exactly what the defense counsel said. This lass if it's passenger, my lord. Very well. The defense now cross-examine the witness. Are you ready, counsel? Yes, my lord. I'm ready to press L1. I'm gonna do it. Or rather, no. I have no idea where to start. Okay. Probably not at all.
Hold it!
And when you first got into the omnibus, were there any other passengers already on board? There were not. The cabin was empty and there was no one on the roof either. Yeah, I guess you really couldn't have be hiding in the seat that he was sitting on and gotten out while he was sitting on it, right? That'd be impossible. You were the first passenger, as it were. I see. Aye, and that's when I took the back side as side as I did. It isn't uncomfortable, so it is. Yeah, it's like obviously when you get on a train or a bus, you always go the seat that's facing the direction that's moving forward. It blows my mind how some people they'll take seats that face the other way. It's why? That's way less comfortable. So they can ride backwards. It's why? That makes no sense to me. There's plenty of seats where you can look forward, but it's no, I want to look backwards. I want to look at everyone else on public transport. Yes, of course. Could you explain exactly what you mean by the back seat? By all means, as you had described it earlier. I'm talking about the seat opposite the one on which the poor gentleman instead was sitting. Like I said, it was most comfortable and where I felt the most at ease. And of course, I enjoyed grazing through the skylight from time to time as well. A loud thud and a re-scream woke me up with a fast start.
Hold it!
A loud thud, you see, and a scream? Aye, that's right. How can I explain it? It was like the sound of someone falling to the ground. That sort of noise. Do you think it was the sound of Mr. Mason falling to the floor, having me stabbed? Well, now, you remember I was asleep at the time, so I wouldn't like to say. And the sound woke me and I opened my eyes. There wasn't a soul to be seen in that carriage, but the fell on the floor. You didn't see anyone. But the same moment you did hear a scream? Ah, from the seats above you on the roof deck, I presume. Not above me, my lord. It was from inside the cabin. But I wasn't altogether thinking about the scream. No, it was too stunned by a desperate sight before my eyes. Collapsed on the floor at my feet, so I set him up on the seat from across me. Oops, I didn't mean to advance the text. Oh.
Hold it!
You sat him up? The victim, you mean? Good thing this was before fingerprints DNA. That I did on the seat across from me. As I did, I could see plenty of that poor devil's already gone. I wouldn't leave a dead man just lying on the floor now, would you? Yes. It's common courtesy, so it is. I find that a little hard to believe. Ah, all of Van Zykes. Now why would that be? You wait to find a man lying dead at your feet in a carriage, any normal person would hail the cabman. Any upstanding member of London society, that is. Well now, as you know, I'm in something of a special line of business. the business of lending money at exorbitant rates of interest? Unfortunately, my lord, not everyone is thankful for the offer I help offer them, and some would even see me dead. So I do try, where at all possible, to avoid getting myself into tangled trouble. Are you suggesting that we're going to leave the man there? Heavens alive, no, I was intending to report it, so I was. Only I had in mind to find out ways and where I was first. And whys and wherefores? Right you are, there were some details that I want to understand before anyone else got to meddle. The wee scream I heard, for example. Wouldn't your good self just do the same? Yes, the scream he says he heard before the same time as the loud thud of the victim collapsing. Then I turned to find out where that scream had come from, and bless my soul, what did I find?
Hold it!
I'm afraid I don't understand. I'm sure you told the court that there was no one else in the carriage except for yourself and the victim. So I did, sir, so I did. But as far as I can see, that is. What do you mean by that? Well, now, it is a queer thing, but the wee scream I heard, as I just woke up, came from the, if you excuse the vulgar expression, under my backside. Oh, so she was in the seats? Huh? Good gracious! Under your backside? And when I lifted the seat on which I'd be sitting, I found it was a wee cubby hole there for storage. Must not heard of it. Kind of examined the omnibus ourselves, remember? Yes, of course. The wee hole bus was submitted as evidence. This would be a very good time to have a thorough look around inside. I already fucking know. I already looked at the storage compartment that he was sitting under. I've already come to this conclusion. Yeah, so that means she couldn't have gone in and out the storage compartment with him sitting on top of it, right? So, unless there was some sort of secret entrance. And that's when I found her. Actually, let's have a look. Can we do that? Let's have a look real quick. Come on. Come on, let me in. Alright, so... yeah, so it's this side, right? Oh, no, it pulls out. Oh, okay. So I was thinking it, like, lifted up. No, it pulls out like that. Oh, okay. Oh, no, it does lift up. Fuck me. Yeah, okay, so yeah, it would have been impossible for her to get in and out with him sitting on top, right? Okay, okay. Got it. There was a child in there caught up in a ball hiding a wee step away.
Hold it!
You say that she was hiding herself? Aye, that's right. It was hard to see in the dim lamplight, but she was all curled up in a wee ball. That's when our eyes met. Well, it was my heart nearly stopped beating in my chest. You're really overreacting this. Still, and all, I pulled her out from under there and sat her up on the seat opposite so I could have a wee chin wag with her. The seat opposite? Put her next to the victim. That's right, just next to the dead gentleman there. Yeah. Just, you know, I'm not gonna sky you for life or anything, kid. You set this young girl next to a corpse, sir? Well, as I'm sure I mentioned, a gentleman in my position can all too often find himself in mortal danger. Sir, I need to find out just who this urchin was, you see. And while I was in the middle of talking with her, I heard another scream, a fellow's voice this time. Oh, okay, so that's when you would have seen the two sitting next to each other, right? All seems a bit too convenient. Presumably, that scream was Mr. First, who was sitting on the roof deck seats. Right you are again, I would say, sir. Looking down to the skylight, he must have seen this young girl and the gentleman with a knife in his belly. In other words, the previous witnesses did not, in fact, see you at all, Mr. McGill. What you had believed yourself to be the victim was, in fact, this girl and the late Mr. Mason? Aye, my lord. As I think everyone in the stands now sat at the back of the carriage, out of sight. So if she didn't do it, then what the fuck she has to have to do with anything? Huh. She just happens to be there for like no reason? Right. It is certainly plausible. The offender is somehow diminutive in stature. And is really confused, perhaps, with this young girl. Yeah, but I know Ace Attorney, surely there's gotta be more to this, right? After that, of course. Well, the scream of this gentleman over us, and the driver realized something was wrong and pulled up the horses. Thank you, I've heard enough. As the events explained are clear in my mind. However, at least one conundrum remains. Who is the girl? She just sits there motionless, like... Look how cool I am. Her name is Gina Lestrade, my lord. Lestrade. Gina Lestrade. I'm trying to think if that's a pun name, I don't think so. She's a chancer. She earns her crust amongst large crowds relieving people of their purses. What's commonly called a pickpocket. What? This girl here is a petty thief? She's only 14, so... Is this true, Miss Lestrade? Miss Lestrade, you answer this question. Ugh. Ah! How dare you? What's the meaning of this? I'm pretty sure attacking a judge in any manner is like a criminal offense. So yeah, wasn't that there was that video that came out recently? There was like some guy that like got sentenced to jail or something, and he like literally like jumped over the desk and like attacked the judge. There was like a video of that going around, and people like memeing it to death. I just see that all over social media. And she's gone. Ah! The girl, she's gone. Open your eyes. I'm over here. Good gracious, how? What was the point of that little sidestep? I know what you're thinking. Grown-ups are the same. She's a dead old dipper, you say you slipped up and got caught on the job. She got herself back into a corner and she knifed the gent. Go on, that's what's in your heads, isn't it? No, not at all. This is a court of law and we're here to determine the truth, not... Well... Look, knives are for cowards, only thugs use weapons like that. All I knew for what I do is these fingerprints. I'm a professional, alright? Maybe not in your eyes, but I got pride in what I do. Let me guess, you don't count smoke guns among weapons for thugs? Oh, this? Yeah, it was in a bag I left the other day, where down they keep the four-wheeled drags. It's nice, isn't it? I like the pink best. Ah, do not wave that thing in my direction again. So, you admit that you were riding on the omnibus in the night in question? Tis alright, lass. You can tell the truth now. Alright, yeah. Just like the Irishman said. The court accepts this girl, Miss Gina Lestrade, as a valid and significant witness in this case. Accordingly, young lady, will now hear your testimony, if you please. There's like... One was asleep and one was inside a hidden compartment. Like, I don't think either or anything. So... The knife was alive. It was a ghost. It was a haunted knife. That'd be hilarious if there was like a... Well, there have been like supernatural elements in previous Ace Attorney cases, but like a really like crazy like out-of-worldly supernatural like case that's just off the wall. It was the devil. The devil did it. He would tell the court exactly what happened in the omnibus that night in question. Alright, if I have to. That'd be cool, yeah. Yeah, though I have to see where this game actually goes, because I remember that happened in Dual Destinies. Like, at the first couple of cases of that game, it's like, I don't know about this game. This is kind of like average. But by the end of the game, I'm like, oh my god, this game's fucking amazing. Holy shit, So the more you progress, the crazier it gets, more or less. So, and we're on case 3 of 6, so we're only like halfway through the game, so definitely more to see for sure. So I snuck inside the carriage before they locked up the horses, just like always. But it was a riot and waste of all time. I got nothing to show for the troubles that night. I tell ya, they can't see a blind thing in that hiding place. This is pigeon. It's a pigeon there. Then after a while, I hear this loud bang. Nearly jumped out of my skin, I did. And just a scream, I just came out. It's basically because of that, the swell found me. He did clip me away, mind. What's his accent? I'm guessing this is like supposed to be like heavy, like British accent. I'm not gonna do a voice, but still. Yes, he did let you go. I failed to understand why I let the street urchin go, Mr. McGill. Oh, just simply my simplicity myself, my lord. You see, she couldn't have possibly killed the other passenger. I knew that for a fact. How? As I'm sure I said before, sir. Yeah, because he was obviously sitting, so... That you have the strength to actually lift him up and without him waking up, and then go back inside. As I was sitting right on top of the place where she was hiding herself, I think a demonstration is called for. This is where I was sat that night, and the cubbyhole of which you were spoken is underneath the seat, I presume. Yes, I've already come to this conclusion. Thank you. Yes, it doesn't seem to be large enough to accommodate someone of this girl stature. Aye, but of course, the wee lass snuck in there, because I parked myself on the seat for a duration. Ah! So you see, that's why I let the last bolt. Actually, hang on, let's have a look. Is there any other possible way she could have gotten there? Let's have a look. Okay, so she would have been in this compartment here, right? Like right here? So is there any way from like the outside she could have snuck in? No. No, it's completely sealed off from the outside, so... Unless this opens up. That's gonna... Oh my god! It's gonna peel off and there's gonna be like a hole which you can like sneak through. I wouldn't doubt it. It's like, that wouldn't be there for no reason. Surely not. It's not just decorative for the sake of being decorative, right? Yeah, I know Ace Attorney, they don't just put details for the sake of just putting details. There's more to it, right? I knew if the police found her there, they'd automatically assume she'd done it. I wouldn't leave myself in the mess myself with a young lass was ruined, when all the time I knew she was innocent. Even though you must have realized your action would have resulted in your own innocence being called into question? Well, not at all, my lord. Not at all. I knew it in my own heart that I was innocent. So I thought, and well taken it upon to my own good name for the sake of the less fortunate lass. My goodness. What a perfect gentleman. My lord. This fine example of a man cannot possibly be guilty of a heinous crime like this. I'm ashamed of myself for ever telling you, sir. I had a side by blue as well. Like, black is guilty and white is not guilty. With a calm, calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth every time. Okay, so we sway the other two judges into a straight-up non-guilty verdict. Saints alive! All 6 members of the jury consensually in their learning the guilty verdict of not guilty? And considering like an hour ago, or like 2 hours ago, they were all on the guilty side.
Mr. Naruhodo, well, does this mean... It must mean what? That we're victorious! Yeah, but... Who actually did it? Who actually killed him? So we're not over. We've won? Are you sure?
Objection!
Oh shit! Leg. If the sight of my iron had healed Wellington offense, I pray, do forgive the scurcy. When you're really serious, you don't just slam down your fist, you slam down your whole entire leg. This is really a consumable example of the one mental flaw in this British judicial practices. Where evidence and reasoning should be paramount, emotion rules the day. Emotion. The witness's latest statement gives us clear insight to his true nature. What do you mean, his true nature? Do you really think Scotland Yard would have made such a glaring omission? After the incident, the omnibus was completely searched by officers of the police. Obviously, the interior of this cubbyhole the witnesses put in included their investigation. The compartment under the posterior seat was full of the coachman's belongings. It's noted in black and white here in the police report. Good lord! But still, there was a space where she could have hid. It wasn't completely full, I do believe. The evidence to be tampered with. In order to corroborate Mr. McGiller's story, someone has unlawfully removed everything from under the seat. What? Yeah, he was cut up. She was cut up like a ball, as he said, so she could squeeze it in there. Easy. Order. How could such a devious contrivance could possibly be effected, Counsel? Naturally, you must acknowledge the differences of considerably in allowing this to have happened. However, I assure you, when the omnibus was wheeled into the courtroom this morning, the compartment under the seat was not empty. Well, my Nipponese friend. Me? When the carriage was submitted as evidence, doubtless you could examine in fine detail. You haven't any self-respecting practitioner in the law. Pray, what did you find the condition under the seat compartment to be? Oh, to be sure, the young gentleman will be able to clear up in a jiffy. Sorry? Yeah, I do remember some shit in there, so... Dude, go ahead. You tell the court now, fella. How this old and elaborate excuse by the desperate Lorne Van Zykes? Well, counsel, do you have something to say on this matter? How am I supposed to answer? What can I say about the state of this little compartment under the seat in the omnibus? It wasn't empty. I didn't look. Neglect and ignorance. I really don't know if giving its answers helping my cause of the counsel for the defense. But it's the truth, right? As far as I remember, at least. When I first examined the compartment, I'm fairly certain there were a number of articles inside it. Yes. Are you sure, counsel? This be whist. What do you say now, Darth? Now, I thought we were on my side here. What game are you playing? Your task is to defend the man in the sand. Why would you say something to compromise your position? Because it's the truth. As the advocate for the defense in this trial, I confess I'm still not entirely sure of where I stand. But it seems to me that I should state what facts I do know as clearly and honestly as possible. Interesting. 'Tis not altogether pleasing, fella. I simply tell the truth, Mr. McGillen. Well, don't forget that you're supposed to be representing my best interests here, lad. Now then.
A fellow's memory is a curious thing and not altogether reliable. No, the court must reconsider the facts. That there's a cubby hole under this seat is empty as the devil's heart, so it is. Yeah, when I first looked at it, it wasn't so much. Do you think perhaps it would be in your best interest to admit that you might have been mistaken? Why? Why do I feel like something's not right here? Unless there's a trap door or something? Yeah, because there was something in there when I first looked at it. Shouldn't let the jury to weigh on this matter, I think. Unless she herself cleared it up through the pandemonium? Maybe. Like that smoke bomb was a ruse to take the shit out of the carriage. That compartment is designed to house equipment used by to maintain the smooth running of the carriage. The guild's rules state the omnibuses should be properly and fully equipped at all times. So it certainly would have been empty on the night of the question. Beppo was in there irresponsible. That money lending Freeler and the pick purse are lying. Uh-oh. Well. I can't believe I was nearly taken in. Those stinking rich are always stinkers, nothing but cows, a lot of them. What? Oh no. Oh, here it comes. It's a trick, of course it's a trick. Yeah, all you jurors are highly indecisive. No, he's guilty. No, he's not. Yes, he's guilty. No, he's not. Though I guess that like ups the tension, I guess. It's like just all snowballs in one direction and all snowballs in the other direction. No, you're fine. Now you're screwed. No, you're fine. Now you're screwed. Yeah, that's like a Ace Attorney in a nutshell, though. It's like, yes, I've got him. I got him on the ropes. I nailed you. Aha. You won't make it out of this one. It's like, ah. But it's actually like this. Oh, shit, I'm actually screwed. Sorry, just clearing my throat. All this reading. Ugh. Quite so, I must concur here. Who's next? With the calm, calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth every time. Yes, but every time in a different truth, it seems. Sup, man? Yo, what up, Ivysaur? What up, man? How's it going? Did you fix your stream? Yeah, because I think it was last time when I rated you, you had no audio coming through your stream, so I was like, obviously you didn't, like, turn on something or tick something or oops. But hey, it's all a learning process, right? Right? My lord, is simply exhibit the scales of justice. Clearly a verdict of not guilty this time would be wholly inappropriate. Still fixing? Right, yeah, it's still early days, so that's alright. Yeah, as I say, like, early days in stream is always like, you know, testing out shit and like see what works and see what doesn't work, so when you have people actually show up and actually, you know, watch your stuff, then it'd be like, oh, it's perfect. Aha, a wholesome viewing experience. Right. Thank you, counsel. But before we proceed any further, there is the matter of the outstanding cross-examination. Alright, time to press you on all this shit. Counsel for the defense, begin your questioning of the witness, please. Yes, my lord. What just happened? The law balance of the trial just shifted, almost beyond recognition. Right, yeah, exactly. And even like I did that in my first year or two of streaming. It's like just trying to like, work stuff out. It's like just seeing what works and what doesn't work. And now I got a reasonable setup. Like it could be better, but I'm like, nah, it's alright, it's decent. Like even the green screen that I'm using, it's kind of like you can see like the fuzz, like it's like vibrating. So not the best, but you know it works. It works for what I need it. Yeah, so good enough, I say. what the girl saw. So I snuck inside the carriages while they looked up at the horses. That's what I always.
Hold it!
So you were already in the omnibus before they even set up on its run? Well, yeah, I mean, what's the point of spending a joy just to make a few bob, eh? That's the wrong idea, isn't it? I suppose she means there's no point in spending money to make money. It actually makes sense. Counsel, may I remind that you as a young girl's a petty thief that kindly remain for entertaining her tenants. Well, that does clear up a little mystery of the fares and all. 4 paying passengers, 5 mets apiece to make them 20, of which the cabman is testified. And 1 little scrape case for riding for free. The red conch driver always go for some grub before the last run, I see. So that's why I slipped into the carriage to get myself heading on the seat. Nice and easy, right? But your hiding place is storage compartments. Full of equipment in the coach. No. Yeah, there's no bushes and buckets or whatnot in there, sure. I always chuckle that out, all that and cram it into the corner somewhere. No one ever seems to bother much. And yet, according to the report filed by the police officer who arrived at the scene, the compartment was full of such paraphernalia. Well, I don't know nothing about that. Like I said, I moved all that stuff out because I could hide it under the seat. That's all I could tell you. Moved it where? Seems we're all reached the end of that line of inquiry. Continue. No, what? Fine. Got nothing to show my trolls on that night.
Hold it!
A waste of time. Why is that? Well, most nights I'm on my own and the gun from in at least some of the time. I beg my pardon. Did you say God permits? Oh yeah, well that's what I kind call it. What you say, the omnibus I suppose. The point is, the only normal run the carriage ain't got no one in it for a while. And yet, that's what you came out in your hiding place and get away. That's it, only that night. The code was set on my seat from the start. Yes, how did you get in there? And it didn't budge the whole way, you see. Not 1 inch, I was totally stuck. Okay, so you're already in there, I see. Do you mean to tell us you were present in the carriage for the duration? You were under that seat the entire time the events unfolded in the closed cabin? Yeah. Right, mister? Unless these two are working together somehow. Yeah, there's definitely more to this. Like, it's a bit too forgiving. And if there's, like, nobody else in the carriage, like, who killed this guy? Oh, let me actually turn this on. Turn the AC a little bit. Getting a little bit warm sitting here. You don't expect to lift the cushion you've been sat on and find a child now, do you? So this is Miss Lestrade can possibly pass as the culprit then. I'll tell you, you can't see a blind thing and the hiding place is pitch in there.
Hold it!
So you couldn't see out into the cabin at all? Not a jolt. Most days I just push the cushion up and weave my head and look out the crack. But then I can have a butcher's and that Adam who I'm gonna fiddle. I thought you were a pickpocket, not a butcher. I mean, I can have a look, but the seat I get under isn't flush as the other one I see. So most of the time the passengers just plant themselves opposite. Oh, I see. Conveniently, they just happen to sit on the other side. But for some reason that night, this here Irishman spent the whole entire journey on the side of my head. And for that reason you weren't able to push the cushion up and peek out. I see. Truth is, I ain't too happy about small dark places. Feels too much like throwing the clink. They're the only place that the hide in the carriages, so it's the Obersons? I don't know. This accent is throwing me off. Cutting down lettuce here left and right. Trying to make what I can. Why doesn't she just stick to picking people's pockets in the open then? I say for some reason she's not letting on, judging from her demeanor. So anyways, I was a bit scared and had to stick out from under there, nothing else for it. And then after a while I heard this loud bang, they jumped out of my skin, I did, and then screaming, it just came out.
Hold it!
When you say a loud bang, do you mean some noise of someone falling to the floor?
Could have been, I suppose. I don't remember so well. Point is, it made me jump. And you let out a scream involuntarily. That's right. And then I felt a cushion over my head get lighter all of a sudden. Presumably when the defendant got up in order to help the victim. Yes. You felt it get lighter. Were you pushing up on it the whole entire time, or like how would you feel that? Or not? Could have equally been the moment accused stood in order to stab the victim, could it not? Well, girl, did you see what happened at the crucial moment? Yeah, I saw it. I pushed up the cushion and had a quick butcher's while I had a chance, didn't I? The Irishman was sitting up, the bloke who had fallen on the floor sit opposite. Guess that checks out. It matches Mr. McGillen's account, of course. But then the fellow suddenly turns around and looks right at me. I snuck back down again, but it was too late by then. I should never have risked looking. Yeah, but I guess he heard you, so... Because this just well fanned me. And it helped me get away, mind.
Hold it!
And when Mr. McGill discovered you, he pulled you out from under your hiding place? I was scared stiff, I was, dragged me out and sat me down in a seat and all. Next to the victim, Mr. Mason? Yeah, the bloke had a knife in his guts. It was still bleeding. And then the carriage lurched a bit, he ended up falling onto me. Ugh, how awful. Both me and my hands were covered in blood. It made me feel sick as a dog. Both her hands covered in blood? That must have been what the rooftop passenger saw us. Ah, it's all very convenient, isn't it? After that, I believe you talked with Mr. McGill for a while. Is that correct? He asked for some stuff. Wanted to know my name and what I was up to and that. And then from someone up there, someone screamed. Yes, Mr. First on the roof deck, I would presume. Well, I didn't want no one to see my face, so I didn't want to look up. And then the horses were drawn up startish, and the Irishman says to me, "Get back under the seat. I'll see that you can get away later." All 6 members of the jury decided the defendant was innocent. For one brief shining moment, yes. It's clear they're all very unsure. If we could just find some conclusive piece of evidence among this new testimony, I'm sure we could clinch the verdict we want. Yes, I think you're right. And I have this niggling feeling. Something's been bothering me, but I just can't quite put my finger on it. Okay, so what do we have evidence-wise? To contradict that. Okay, not this. Not this. Yeah, how did we get this photo? Like, just pushed him back. You fell on me, I was gonna push you back onto the... Weird. Gotta put the corpse up upright and... Alright. Bloodstain on the right glove. Alright, let's have a look in here again. Oh god, just let me in, for fuck's sake. Oh, is that pool of blood on the floor new? That's blood, isn't it? Is something wrong? Yeah, that wasn't there before. Somebody's tampering with this for sure. Oh, it's just, well, this bloodstain is so obvious, that's all. And yet Van Zykes made no mention of it. I suppose it does seem a little strange. Why do I have such a bad feeling about this? Yeah, that is definitely fresh. Because you look at that compared to that, like that is way brighter. Like somebody's definitely tampering with this shit. Yeah, because that stuff that was under there, that's gone. Hang on, let's have a look at this. Reasonably soft, and that's okay.
and then we look at the other seat and we'll see how soft it is. No, we can't actually look at the other seat as well at all. Okay. Because you were saying that people obviously use this seat more because it's more softer, but. I'm having a look. Is there anything else that's different? No, it all looks pretty much the same. Pitch black in there. Okay, that checks out. All 6, okay. Maybe I have to press her again? Like, what would that do? Oops.
Hold it!
Yeah, I'll press her again and see if the guy next to her reacts at all. If he's right there, I'll be able to keep a good eye on him. To be like, hang on. Hang on. Okay. There's definitely something more to this for sure. I'm watching you, bud. The other way around when he's talking.
Hold it! Well,
Oh,
no.
there we go. Okay, so you had to press her again? That's weird. So you have to go. That's a big time waste. You have to go through the pressing them twice, and then somebody reacts to give you more information. I guess if it happened the first time, it'd be like, oh, I'm missing out on all this dialogue, right? Yeah.
Excuse me.
Whatever. Fine. Is something wrong, Mr. McGill? Oh, I do apologize. Was there something the matter, Counsel? I'm just wondering if Miss Lester's last comment made something occur to you, perhaps? You seem to be thinking something yourself. Oh, no. It was nothing important. I was feeling bad for the poor lass's all. I do remember feeling desperate myself as a young lass up in the dark. It was terrifying, so it was. I see, yes, I'm sure we can all sympathize. I'm still scared of the dark now. Aye, and I don't know about yourself, but I do find the darkness seems to make everything you hear seem that much louder as well. Oh yeah, taking away one of your senses, like making another sense heighten. True. Yeah. I suppose it does. Maybe. Miss Lestrade. Did you hear something that night? Anything? Unusual noise, perhaps? Nah, not really. All I could hear was the Irishman snoring. Jeebus, there's no need to tell the whole world. I mean, boy, was he a scamp. What a pity. I think Miss Lestrade heard something. It might have given us a vital new clue. Yes. What should we make of this last statement of hers? It's profoundly important. My lord. I believe the statement made by the witness is profoundly important. Profoundly important? But all she said was that she heard nothing. Yes, which is a profoundly important point. I'm almost sure of it. Right, you'd hear something when somebody was killed, right? I'm not sure I doesn't understand the inner workings of your Eastern Mind Council. Nevertheless, Miss Gina Lestrade, you will submit your formal testimony by repeating the last statement, please. What? Severance? What are you on about? Don't give me all your fancy talk. I know what you're trying to do. It won't work on me. That's alright, insult the judge. Always a good move. That gets added to a statement, right? Yeah. I was straining my ears to work out what's going on, but look, he was snoring.
Hold it!
So you were strained to hear what was happening the entire time since like the moment you hid yourself? Not exactly, no. Sorry. Well, there was no one in the cabin to start with. I could just push the cushion up and leave a butcher's to see what's what. But then when I saw the swell get on, I got my head down so he wouldn't notice me. And Mr. McGillis sat on the seat which you were hiding, correct? Yeah, would you Adam and Eve it, eh? What a mug. So then all I could do was listen. I was waiting to jump out there as soon as I heard him leave, see? But would've? Not likely. Even though we stopped here and there, I never had the door open. So I had to stay and put and listen to driving pigs to market, snoring like the old dog it was. Oh, you didn't ever hear the door open? So how did the victim get in there? Huh. Are there any conclusions we can draw from that, I wonder? It doesn't add up. Miss Lestrade, what are you told? Just told the court. It's clearly at odds with the facts. Ah. At odds? Are you sure, man? Absolutely. It seems my learned Nipponese friend is not as dull-witted as I feared. So Van Dyke realized it too. Counsel, I must insist that you bolster your claim with evidence, or some complete party's name at the very least. Yes, my lord. I expect you to demonstrate this alleged contradiction to the court. According to Miss Lestrade, whilst we should have in the omnibus at light, she heard nothing but the sound of Mr. McGill snoring. But think, Rhinosuke, think! There's something else she should have heard. Yeah, the door opening. Show a person. Yeah, okay. Very well, my lord. Allow me to elaborate. On a particular sound that Miss Lestrade could not have failed to hear that night in question. Very clearly explained by the presence of this falling person. The victim, right?
Take that!
Thrice-fried Mason? Yes, my lord. The sound that Miss Lestrade could have not failed to hear. Is that the victim, Mr. Mason, boarding the omnibus? Correct. Nailed it. Order. Explain your reasoning, counsel. Miss Lestrade, allow me to confirm something. You claimed earlier that you were the first person on board the omnibus, is that correct? Yeah, of course I was. I got on when the driver was in the pub, didn't I? And the next person on board the omnibus was Mr. McGill? Yeah, it was. Not a soul in the cabin when I first climbed aboard. At least not in plain sight. So you were, to all intents and purposes, alone in the closed cabin on the omnibus at that time? Did I not just say as much? I wasn't traveling with anyone else, if that's what you mean. Yeah, I saw him get on. I remember. I threw the crack under the seat cushion. He was on his own for sure. And from what I've heard, the carriage made a number of stops on its onward journey. During which time did you not hear the door opening or closing at all? Nah, I never heard it. That's exactly what I was listening for, wasn't waiting for this swell to leave. In which case, when or how did the victim end up in the carriage? Unless he was planted there? The victim was in the compartment with her, and he was pulled out and planted there. No, that seems a bit too convenient. Yeah, it makes no sense. Ah! Now we know the victim collapsed inside their closed cabin in the omnibus. Therefore, Miss Lestrange's statements about what she did or what she did not hear was odds with the facts. Ah. Yes, this petty thief's statement is clearly flawed. Lord Van Zykes? Yes. He knew it all too well there was an inconsistency in Miss Lestrange's statements. It would seem words of thanks are in order for my learned friend. What are you talking about? You have demonstrated manners impeccably. This witness and her colorful statements are entirely unreliable. Her words are inconvenient truths, nothing more. He's dead right. How could the victim possibly not have boarded the omnibus? That makes no sense whatsoever. And this girl's a pickpocket. Well, let's not forget that. Oh, she's gonna change her vote? Oh, fuck. Shit. Yeah, that's fucked up. You can just like, change your vote like whenever the fuck you feel like it. Ah, she didn't say anything. I didn't want to judge the dear little mind just because she had some rough and naughty ways. But I must say, I can't abide liars. Neither can I. Mr. Foreman. I didn't want to judge the girl just because she had some less than stupious ways. But I must say, I cannot abide liars. Well, almost burned. Ah, Mr. Naruhodo, there's 5 jury members leaning towards guilty. Yeah, who we got left? Well, your consideration for the others is refreshing, my Nipponese friend. To the considerable troubles you have spared me. Yes, very refreshing. Ah! Yeah, what are you playing at? Yeah, there's like no way I can check. Yeah, there's like no way I can check, like, who's voted either the way, right? Yeah, I don't think I can do that. Or can I? Nope. That's kind of an understatement. I would have liked to be able to check that at any time. See who's voted which other way. Huh. Oh well. Autoplay. Oh, that's right. Yeah, you can set this. There's a mode you can set at this game, so it more or less plays itself. Because obviously, like, this is pretty long, so you can more or less like treat this like a story. So like obviously, like, all the answers get solved automatically. So you can like literally like sit here and read. And you don't even have to play the game. It plays itself. Yeah, apparently that was a difficulty just for this game, or just for this installment of the game anyway. Just in case you just want to enjoy the story, you don't care about like solving the puzzles or like thinking. I just want to read, man. What are you playing at? Have you forgotten who you're working for? You useless Egan Easton Amadan. This carnage is perfect. Oh yeah, it's her. She's the only one that's still on our side. Jury number 2 is the only one left. Mr. Naruhodo, the way this is going, I know. I'm gonna have to find some way to convince everyone that Mr. McGill's innocence. The judge will rule, and we'll have lost. Don't do it. I very much wanted to believe the words of one of London's most respected gentlemen. So I have to fucking do the minigame where you convince you all again. But those of us in service know we must accept the hard truths. No. Yeah, stop. Cut it out.
Yes, the witness's last statement seems to reveal the critical inconsistency of the story. However, if we consider the possibility that her statement is in fact the truth, we may have shed an entirely new light on the whole case. What are you saying? Counsel. I'm sorry, sir. Whatever do you mean? Counsel, I will not tolerate your attempting to prolong my rejection. Explain yourself at once. When the accused boarded the omnibus on the night in question, the victim was nowhere to be seen. Subsequently, whatever. The carriage door was not heard opening a single time as testified by the witness in the stand. And yet the victim's body was found inside the carriage? If this petty thief's words are to be believed, how do you explain the victim's miraculous appearance inside the cabin of the omnibus? Yeah, just materialized. Another world, David Lynch. It went in. It appeared through the plug in the wall, through the electrical socket, right? Slinked in. Yeah, speaking of David Lynch, I need to see. There's like a whole bunch of his movies I haven't seen. I need to get around to that at some point. There's only one way to explain how the victim came to be inside the carriage. Did you see Blue Velvet? No, I haven't seen Blue Velvet. I haven't seen Blue Velvet, haven't seen Eraserhead, haven't seen The Elephant Man, haven't seen a Twin Peaks movie. So, yeah, so there's a lot I gotta get through. That's pretty incredible. Yeah, I heard that's like one of his best. So, yeah, at some point. Instant favorite when you saw it, really. Not very cool. You have to check that out at some point. He was put there after he died. I'm assuming that'd be like the most plausible answer, right? Or if there's another entrance, that could also be very plausible. He was in there already, that wouldn't work. I'm gonna go with this. Obviously, the victim must have been placed in the carriage after he was killed.
Objection!
Tell me, my learned friend, what was the function that's obviously in your last sentence? Well said, Lord Van Zykes. Obviously, it's troubling me also. No. That's really not the point. The point is that the victim must have been moved into the carriage afterwards. Then answer me this. How could a cadaver be placed inside a moving carriage? Well, obviously, I shall have penalized the events heavily for this irrelevant rambling. Okay, I'll take that, fine. I must learn to ramble more relevantly. Yeah, so if they're in cahoots, if they like work together to put the body there, then you should be guilty anyway, so... The penalty is evidently not heavy enough, judging from these Nipponese eyes, so I must ask you again. If this petty thief's words are to be believed. Oh, yeah, and also I believe that the old Dune movie is all up on YouTube as well. David Lynch's Dune. I might check that out at some point. I was watching on my phone like I did with Bubba Hotep. Yeah, but I heard it's pretty bad compared to like the new Dune anyway, so more for like curiosity's sake. Because like I think I tried to watch it like way back in the day when I was pretty young, and I was like I didn't understand what the fuck was going on at all. So I was like, what? But now in more new context, you know, it might be cool. If this petty thief's words are to be believed, how do you explain the victim's miraculous appearance inside the cabin of the omnibus? Okay, so it's the other answer then. There's another entrance. Broke through the skylight. If the door wasn't open even once, The only explanation that the victim entered the enclosed cabin some other way.
Objection!
How? We are literally grabbing at straws here. I wonder what new fantasy you would come up with implying panic. But behold, the omnibus is here for all to see. Yep, and this is just the one door. The only one-side enclosed cabin is furnished with a door and the other only has windows. Fixed windows which cannot possibly be opened. In short, there is no entrance to the cabin other than the door.
Objection!
But there could be. There's one possibility you haven't even considered. Oh, really? Yes, one either way inside that isn't a door. Another opening, the use of which has allowed the victim to appear inside the enclosed cabin. Does the skylight open? Does the creek open? Alright, cancel. The defense will identify the location for the court. There is the omnibus on where the incident occurred. Where on earth the entrance will you propose the victim entered the cabin? The skylight, right? I'm gonna save just in case, because I only got two things left, so I'm real good at this game, I swear. So this makes no sense. Like, why the fuck would he get on top and then like climb down? Unless he was also trying to wait. But then the driver would have known, right? Unless he was trying to like climb on the back. Did he like try to climb on the back and like sneak in the skylight to ride for free? Maybe.
Take that!
Okay, so the skylight, apparently. The answer is obvious. There could only have been the skylight. I say the skylight? Does the skylight even open?
Objection!
Your ludicrous proposals almost lost me for words. However,
Objection!
the skylight may well have been large for someone to pass through.
Objection!
So you claim. Do you have a shred of evidence to support your Edel-branded theory? Both Mr. McGill and Miss Lestrade said the same in their testimonies. They each claimed to have heard a loud thud, which is the noise made of someone falling to the floor. Ah, so it was him climbing through the skylight and landing on the floor, perhaps. Interesting. Yes, which have all been explained. As to the sound of the victim falling to his seat, having assaulted with a dagger. Yes, it has, but would a man slipping from the ceiling to the floor really would have made such a loud noise the witness would describe? Oh, maybe he was on top, and one of the people on top killed him and then pushed him down below. Interesting. A noise loud enough to call Miss Lestrade loud and involuntarily cry, in fact. Good gracious. Perhaps, in fact, that it was the moment the victim made his entrance into the cabin. No, let me rephrase that. The victim didn't enter the cabin as such. He fell into it.
Objection!
You're now suggesting that the victim fell from the skylight into the cabin? That's simply impossible. How could you be so sure? Because if the victim had fallen inside through the skylight, as you say, the passengers on the roof deck would have seen it happen. And yet, not one person made mention of such events in their testimony. Well, yes, that's true, but... I might a humble fella make a wee comment here. Yeah, so that would have been a big gamble, just like pushing him through. Like, how would I have known, like, anyone was inside, yet alone, asleep? So it's like, oops. The body just fell from the sky and through the skylight. I just happened to open it at the right time, right? Mr. McGillard. To be sure now, the two fellows who were sat on the roof testified before.
said nothing of the victim falling through the skylight. But it seems to me, my lord, that is not so much of a case of them not saying, but aye, just a case of them being unable to say. What? I think perhaps the two fellows do be having something of a compelling reason not to mention of what happens. You're supposed to agree to find, ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Oh my goodness, surely not. These two chaps on the roof? You mean the ones who stuck the knife in that man were... Ah! So the real murders... The real murderers were these two. Aha! Busted. Yeah, they gave us the girl like to throw us off completely. Interesting. So what exactly are you illustrating here? You blitherer. You rottler, like you said, you rottler. What are you insinuating? Just a flaming outrage. It's a good mind to give you a blinker in a minute. Interesting. Animation. It's supposed to be like riding a horse and like revving a chainsaw. Like, I don't know. I'll give you a shiner in a minute, he said. So will I. Mr. Fairplay, you're effectively accusing me, a city gentleman and a well-respected banker. And me, a very angry batter. Suggesting that someone like me could have stabbed that man in the guts. It's... Unless there was another person that was like, you guys shut the fuck up about this, alright? I'll give you money. Yeah, who was in the seat in the front? Maybe there was another person that was sitting in front of them. Maybe. It's a disgrace, it's scandalous, it's... I protest in the strongest possible terms. That's right, I protest too about you, moron scoundrel. Order! This is not the time, witness. I will not permit this wanton of evasion of the stand. Return to the anteroom at once. But this is beyond reason, my lord. That's outrageous. It's very hurtful, you know. My lord, if I make comments. Go ahead, Lord Van Sykes. It was the defense that infected this outburst from the witness. I learned friend of seen fit to abandon our protocol and abuse the witness without proof. Accuse? I never intended to. It seems, young Nipponese, that your command of the English tongue is waiting. You proposed this court that the victim fell through the skylight from the roof deck of the omnibus? That hypothesis cannot possibly stand without the rooftop passengers being aware of the events. You have branded these gentlemen liars. You have intimidated their criminal guilt. Now, British courts of law, this is what we deemed a baseless accusation. I know it was a rash to put this forward without any actual evidence, but can't you just dismiss it without a second thought? What are you wasting time for? Get them to testify. I thought there was something fishy about that from the moment I laid eyes on the fellow. We have to see this matter through now, one way or another. If this filthy rubbish that I miss, we must dispose of it at once. Must they testify in English? Oh, I guess we are in London, so that's fair. What's happening, Mr. Narhoder? The spectators in this public gallery they're in complete frenzy. Mr. Fairplay and Mr. First. My lord? You will take the stand again and make another formal testimony. In reference to the incident brought by the defense. Yes, my lord. I didn't come here for this. And they're both like, yeah, we're off the hook. Got him. We got away with murder. There's no time to think this through. All I can do is keep pushing forward. Alright, just fly again. We were only 2 people on that roof deck, dead or alive, I swear to that. If anything bad happened while we were sitting, I don't think one of the other of us would have noticed. In any case, neither of us knew the first thing about the victim. He had no reason to kill the man. Skylight hadn't been shut the entire time. I tell you, we couldn't have possibly opened it. If you're so sure the victim fell through the skylight, where's your proof? Okay. Well, have a look at the carriage, see if you can open. Let's do that right now. Ugh. Can I? Oh, there is a latch. Interesting. Oh, and it opens the other way. Or is that... I'm not actually sure. How's that hinge work? Is it attached on that side, or does it open that way? I'm not sure. Okay, we can't test. I want to test. I could open the other thing, I can't. I guess that'd make it too obvious, right? I keep this shit going for as long as possible. No, I can't actually. Oh, I can actually. Can I check the latch itself, and will it let me open it that way? I wonder. What? No. Okay, so it won't actually let me try to open it. That's fucking stupid. But still. It's like, I think it was like the previous case, how it was like, there was a shred of evidence that was inside the wastebasket, but every single time, when I checked it, I was like, oh, it's just a wastebasket, surely, you know, you could throw something away here, and it wouldn't actually let me look inside until I needed to, so. Right, similar idea. I must say, on that listening to this testimony, it is quite hard to imagine. How either witnesses could have fallen in the middle of an act on this rooftop deck, without the other one noticing forthwith. That's right, you see. I was thinking maybe if they were sitting in front, but they couldn't see inside if they were sitting in front, right? We're innocent, I tell you. Although logically, of course, the arrangement falls and the two of you are in the conclusion of one another. What? Eh? According to investigations by Scotland Yard, the two witnesses share no common dealings. Well, I don't trust coppers more than I trust the stinking rich. Something doesn't feel quite right here. The trial is going in our favor, really. But why do I feel so uneasy? Counsel for the defense, over to you. Cross-examination, please. Oh, yes, my lord. Okay. I'm gonna have to do this cross-examination twice. We'll see. Yeah, I might save just in case, you know. Not that I'm giving a shit about that fucking up, but still, just in case like the game crashes or something. There's always that chance. Yep.
Hold it!
So at no time did the victim Mr. Mason climb up and join you on the roof deck? Absolutely not. Dickon. Oh, and I can cross-examine between all these 4 people? Oh, God. No question about it, you said none at all. Oh, but yes, of course, I do remember seeing them both. I saw the victim inside the closed cabin talking with this man here. He's literally pointing fingers. Is this true, Mr. McGill? Dear me, my lord, the risk of repeating myself. My board of the omnibus alone, not up inside almost immediately. That's an outright lie. I'm gonna doubt you're engaged in... Let me stop you there, fella, and ask, do you have any evidence at all? Nah. It is all about evidence, of course, these days, so it is. You do well to remember that. I saw you, with my own eyes. This is going so well. If they're gonna get upset like this every single time. I don't think one of the other witnesses noticed.
Hold it!
Well, it was on the final run of the omnibus, past 10 o'clock in the evening. I was certain it would have been dark, perhaps too dark to see clearly. So this is some kind of lark? This is some kind of joke? He said, what is this? Is this what this is? Or perhaps one or the other, you two fell asleep briefly? Ah, you fair dinkum, sir. Were you serious, sir? That's what he said. It's impossible, I tell you. See, were you his translator? I'll give you the keys to the vault if you could fall asleep in the bitter cold. And if you did manage it, your eyelids were free shut. You never opened them again. That's extreme. That was extreme, I tell you. I had to put up with it because this man locked the door. What? Any true gent would have unlocked it and let me in when I knocked. I'm dreadfully sorry about that, young fella. But he was almost with the fairies when I didn't hear it all. That's a lie. I saw you through the glass. You were talking to someone. Now, it was a cold night, so I was. People do see things they don't recall in the cold. It is hardly surprising. Seeing things. I believe we do reach an impasse on this particular point. You. Don't take it personally now, lad. But I'm suspecting this case, and then I suddenly felt that you and the other fiend are too. Open, free, and completion is what a capitalist society is all about. This isn't a competition I would like to be involved in, really. We had no reason to kill the man, really.
Hold it!
So you had neither met this thrice-fried Mason before? Oh, no, not once, never. He'd never met the man before, he said. Never. And you, Mr. First, had no prior dealings with the victim either? That's right, sir. Hatters don't have much to do with brickmakers. We're perfectly honest, sir. No, I imagine not. So you see, how many different ways can I put this? Neither of us had the Morris communication of the gentleman were inside the cabin. Oh, really?
Excuse me.
Happened the first try. Mr. McGill? Yes, counsel, what can I be doing for you? Did the witness's last statement give you pause for some thought somehow? Not the remotest connection. Isn't that right now, I wonder? What are you insinuating now? Ah, Mr. Fairplay, it's been too long it has. They know each other? Yeah? If I'm not very much mistaken, I do believe it's fast approaching, is it not? You're a payment date. Oh, that's right, yeah, here's his money. That's right, I do remember that. I beg your pardon? You borrowed 20 guineas from me, sir. Yeah, I'm considering a low rate of interest. You tricked me, it's extortion. Yeah, I think I used to have friends that used to like borrow money from me all the time. And I was like, if this keeps up, I'm gonna start increasing like the rate if you like don't pay me back. I think I was like considering like increasing it by $1 every day until they eventually pay me back. But I decided against it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I had some friends that like still owed me money to like never pay me back when I like moved away from my hometown, so oh well, it is what it is. And it used to happen like pretty regular. It used to be like, oh, I'll pay you back. It's just $40. I think it was my rule was I'm not giving you any more money until you pay me back. And I think it was I had a friend that owed me money and he like asked me for like $5 and I'm like, no man, I'm not giving you any more money until you pay me back. I know it's only $5, but still, that's the deal. That's what we agreed on. Well now, there's a touch of begrudgery, is it? That sort of begrudgery, and that might motivate a fella to pass his crimes off for another. Ah! And young Mr. First. Me, sir? What do you want me, sir? You do be making hats for a living, do you not? That there top hat sliding off your head, the one of your own creations, is it? Oh, well, yes, just an apprentice, you understand. I'm learning to find the perfect fit for whatever fine gent walks through the door.
a perfect fit, is it? Well, that's a very distinctive design. So it is. Many customers like it, I tell you. They like the distinctive touch. Customers such as Thrice Fried Mason. Oh, interesting. Let's actually, hang on. Can we check the, Okay, yeah, he does have a hat. Yeah, I was thinking, like, maybe he took his hat, that's why it doesn't fit as well. But it's a completely different color, so it doesn't make any sense. Ah! There was a photographic print of the victim submitted as evidence before, my lord. Oh, yeah, this, you mean? I can't help but think of this Four Palace hat looks distinctive familiar, wouldn't you say? Yeah, it looks very, very patchy. Oh yeah, it's got, like, stitching in it. Similar. Oh! That's one of my hats. Aye, that is. So I would have seen that brick maker was a customer of yours. The sort of customer, I wager, that could have had a wee quarrel with the distinctiveness of the goods. Started saying collateral after a few childhood loans, right? Yeah. Yeah, though I did know, like, one person in particular that was a bit too trusting. It's like very, very trusting on the surface, but very, very two-faced underneath. And I remember he asked me like money a whole bunch of times. Yeah. Yeah, sadly knew way too many people like that. Clearly users only want you when they need you. Very sad. Well, there's really nothing more to add. I wouldn't be so right to say the two fellas here having the remotest connection to the victim, you see. I rest my case. You little weasel. Ugh. He's better at this than I am. Gosh, Mr. McGill has certainly been through this research, hasn't he? Please don't let me, a little interruption, hold the proceedings. Okay.
Hold it!
Are you quite certain about that? And the skylight was shut the entire time? I'm going to lose my block with you in a minute. He's going to lose his rank with you in a minute. That's what he said. I'm pretty sure I know what block refers to. Take a look for yourself. Go on. Oh, so now I can actually... You see, it's shut fast now, just like it was on the night. But can it open? So it is. Of course, I felt like size of Mr. Mason could easily break right through. Still and all. But then to be broken, right? What? Just look at the size of the thing. You can understand. I know you hold that in a minute, sir. The size of the thing is nothing. Alright, so let's consider the bigger picture here, shall we? Let's stop biting our cane, shall we? I was riding the omnibus on vacation when, had an alcoholic boss once. He would borrow money from one stressful business person, and then when he wasn't paying it back at a reasonable time, he would loan money off to another businessman, paid off the initial loan, and all the same crowd are always super anxious whenever they're in the same place together, right? Yeah, that's not good. But I guess, like, if you're an addict, and it's like, I need to feed my addiction, no matter what the cost. It's like, yeah, I'll you know, just, you know, give me some money now. I swear I'll pay it back. Right. Of course, you say anything at the moment to feed that addiction. Yeah. A trash can of a person, but a good friend. Well, I broke wind loudly. I shocked myself with it as it happens. This is an unexpected confession, Mr. First.
All I mean to say is that the point is I tried to open the skylight, you see. I tried to fart in the skylight. But I just, my luck, I couldn't make it to budge. The stench was terrible. Everyone was looking daggers at me, so I went as a rogue, I did. Are you expecting me to sentence you? Oh, no, sir. The point is, the skylight can't be open. I tried and it was inside the cabin of shame. Oh, yeah?
Excuse me.
Let's follow this up, shall we? Do you have something to say about that, Miss Lestrade? Miss Lestrade. It opens. The skylight. This is what we're talking about, right? The power of gun. All them skylights open dead easy. More easily than you could load that weapon. It's a lie, I tell you, otherwise when I broke wind, You can't do it from the inside, you mug. Oh. Look, a few weeks ago, up on the roof deck of one of them drags, I had a great haul. I mean, the person who's coming at me is... Mr. Lestrade, this is not the fun being indulging on the subject of your criminal activities. Well, anyway, I had a bit of scare. When I lifted the last bloke's purse, it got wise to me. All four of them surrounded me, and I couldn't rip up the top of the bus and leg it. So what I did was I used the skylight, opened the latch, and jumped right on through. What? Yeah, the catch for them sides is on top side. That's why I can't open them from in the cabin. That's what I thought. Obviously, I guess the latch is on the outside, right? The skylight opens from the roof deck? Bailiff. Climb on the roof and the omnibus at once and verify the witness's claims. Yeah, I wouldn't do that personally, but oh well. Here. But which way does it open? Oh, it just slides open. Christ, I didn't expect that. Oh, my hat. C. Order! So, it appears that the street girl's statement is quite true. I believe it. The skylight opens. And from the roof deck, Mr. Naruhodo. This could be the clue we've been looking for. Well, counts for the defense. Please continue with your cross-examination. Yes, my lord. So the skylight opens. Perhaps I should investigate for myself. Where's your proof? Okay, so can I just present the carriage now? Because we just figured out like this works. So, oops.
Objection.
No? Oh, really? Okay, fucking whatever. That's cool. Thanks, game. Alright. I guess I'll save, just in case. Yeah, I'm not sure where it'll put me if I fail. If I game over. I wonder. Or maybe it's like, because I think all Ace Attorney games have like literally boot you to the title screen, you have to load a save, so... I wonder. Okay, I'll press you on this.
Hold it!
Proof. That's right, I demand to hear it. I came here to say what we saw, I tell you, not for this. But you call us both sheer... Shikers? What? Brand us as criminals. He calls lies, isn't that what she means? And accused of us doing it. As it stands at the limit. There's no hard evidence that incriminate yourselves now, is there? I believe we're much in the same position as one another here. Ah! It's all in the same boat. We're gonna crack this case soon, he'll crack his teeth. I wonder if these two men are really involved in some way. I couldn't say. I mean, I don't really know anything about them, do I? Although, by the same token, I don't really know anything about Mr. McGillett either. It's so hard to know about what they believe here. I think we should try to remember that it's evidence alone that can truly determine the outcome of a trial. Evidence. No one can argue defense decisive evidence, including the members of the jury. So you're saying that what we need to do now is to find some conclusive piece of evidence? Yes, Mr. Naruto. Precisely. Okay. Alright, so what do we got evidence-wise? Not much. Hang on, actually, what happens if I examine it myself? Am I able to open it myself? And then it's like, oh, okay, cool. He said he'd look at it by myself, so... But now the latch has been undone and we should be able to open it. Yep. Do I look at it again? You can certainly see inside the carriage through this opening, that's for sure. And there's a lamp in the closed cabin. I'm sure the witnesses could be able to see it quite clearly. That's not good for us. Okay, can I get inside then and can I look out? Yeah. Oh, I can't even look at it now, so... Or can I? Yes, it does open very wide, doesn't it? Wide enough to kick someone through like, certainly, Mr. Naruto. Or someone like me. Ah! But what is it? Look, just here. Look at this. Oh, there's blood. Oh, interesting. Ah, so that's what I was missing out on. That's why I was like, I'll look at it myself. Okay. It's blood. Why would there be blood out here? Surely. It can't be unrelated to the case, can it? And now it... Oh, okay, now it updated. Fucking whatever. Okay, game. Yeah, cool. And now I can present the evidence, and now it'll be like, oh, look at this. No, I'm boned. Excellent. Yeah, so that means he was pushed through this side, and then landed right here. Yeah, so it was somebody. Yeah, those two are. Okay, dudes. You guys are screwed. Where's your proof? Time to get a game over.
Objection!
That's dumb. Okay, whatever. On the ninth question, the victim was fatally stabbed in the stomach. And immediately afterwards, the victim's body was pushed through the skylight in the cabin below. Those are the facts, and the irrefutable proof. It remains clearly visible in the omnibus that stands before us today in this very courtroom. What? That's utterly humbug. Ah, you can't possibly have every evidence. No, you can't. I mean, we didn't do it. I tell you, it's impossible. Irrefutable proof here in this courtroom. Counsel. My lord, I believe everyone would appreciate a little clarification here. Where exactly within this omnibus the evidence to which you allude? Oh, so it literally stuffs me inside, yeah, okay. You will point out to what it proves the victim fell through the roof deck through the skylight. Yeah, so it literally puts me inside so I can look at it, right? Yes, let's hold my hand game, please. Hold it real tight.
Got it!
Got it. By Jupiter, is that blood? Ah! This bloodstain proves two things. Firstly, when the incident occurred, the skylight of the omnibus was open. What? And secondly, the victim was already bleeding out when he fell through the opening. Oh my. And so it follows that Mr. McGillett, who was inside the closed cabin himself at the time, cannot possibly be guilty of this crime. No. You guys are boned. Go to jail. Order. Well, that was new. Oh, that was him. But the blood could have been sprayed up there when the fellow was stabbed inside the cabin. But then, why was it open? It only fades when that one particular spot on the skylight. Are you sure about that? That would be very convenient. And let's keep it in mind the skylight catches only came in faster from the roof deck. Yeah, exactly. I myself wouldn't be opening it now, would I? But there's no way to know for certain, is there? The gent really fell through the skylight, I mean. Why don't you have a good look at the floor of the cabin between the two seats, Mr. First? Yeah, that bloodstain. Yeah, I don't remember that bloodstain being there earlier, but whatever. It is all too plain, you see. There's the aftermath that shows the floor pallet dropped from the far height right here, so it is. What? No. But it can't be. It's all lies. My fellow jury members. I think we can all agree that this is clear proof of the defendant's innocence, can we? I believe we can, yes sir. It's clear to me now where the filthy rubbish can be found in this courtroom. So, they thought they could pull wolves over my eyes, did they? I won't tolerate any of this guild's carriages being suited with blood. I won't tolerate it. Oh, I always knew that nice gentleman who gave us that delightful park couldn't have done such a thing. On three, then, everyone. 1, 2, 3! Even though juror number 2 is already voted, but still. Oh, now what? A chilling performance, Mr. McGillard. Oh, and what would you be referring to there now? Lord Van Zykes? A bloodstain on the frame of the skylight. Such evidence is null and void. What? Why? Yeah, exactly. It's like, I gotcha. It's like, here's the thing that screws you up. Try to get through this one. One extremely simple reason. That smear of blood never existed. What the fuck are you talking about? Excuse me.
Objection.
What are you talking about? It's there for all to see. It's actually blood.
Objection.
I personally attended Scotland Yard's investigation of the omnibus. The officers involved went over the carriage like a fine-tooth comb. And so I can state with absolute surety. So no such smear of blood existed in the carriage. At least not until this trial began. Ah, yeah, interesting. Yeah, because I thought the blood stain on the floor wasn't there before, so someone's... So maybe it was the girl trying to pin on the two guys up top. It's going back and forth. You did it. No, you did it. No, you did it. Everyone did it. The dog did it. See, it's got those sneaky eyes. Clearly. But are you suggesting Lord Van Zykes is that stain of blood was fabricated, my lord? Yes. And while this court has been in session. What? Where's your evidence, motherfucker? What a pebbler. I must say I didn't expect such a crude reasoning from a persecutor of your standing, Lord Van Zykes. But I'm Magnus McGillard, a fellow known all over the capitals with fine contributions to public life. I don't take so kindly to slander, and I'll fight it to the bitter end. Even if it's rolling up the tongue of a reaper of the Bailey. Mr. McGillard. I realize this is your first appearance in this court as the accused. However, I am well aware of your involvement behind these scenes in a great many affairs of this dubious nature. You're very adept when it comes to avoiding getting your own hands dirty. And each time it happens in that case, you're an involuntary investigator. You adapt the facts. Oh, so this has happened before, and every single time he's wiggled his way out. Interesting. Adept the facts? What does that even mean? When you wield a fortune the size of Mr. McGillicuddy's, however ill-gotten it may be, nothing's impossible. Tampering with evidence, manipulating the scene of a crime, bribing witnesses. I will toast your ability to concoct the most convenient of stories, sir. Tut, Lorne Bad's eyes. It will not do, to be sure. Will it now, Counsel? Huh? Oh no. I think it's fair to say this does all sound like a rather far-fetched excuse by a desperate man. The blood on the skylight doesn't exist, you say? But, if you still cast your minds back, is it not true that Omnibus has been there in the courtroom the entire time? How could anyone possibly smear blood on it without the world of his wife seeing? That the world and his wife see. Isn't that right now, Counsel? It's true. The Omnibus has been in full view the entire time. The court has been in session. Well, not entirely. There was that, smoke incident, but yeah. Actually, I might go pee real quick. Yeah, I've been sitting here for almost 3 hours, so I might need to pee, so be back. I'll pause, just for the sake of pausing. Here I am, doing everything I can. Yeah, I realized I didn't mute that control when I had it off, so I'll mute my microphone anyway. Yeah, I didn't realize it's almost been 3 hours already. Jeez. It's like a good book, you can't put it down. Anyway, I might just save for the sake of saving. Why not? Yeah, I'll keep going. I'll see how far I can go, if I can finish this chapter or not. But we'll see. My learned friend. Here's to hearing your opinion on this matter, in your own words. As you wish. Could someone have tampered with Omnibus during this trial? If you're asking me, I think it could have been possible. Man, I'm just gonna sentence my own people to death. I'm not trying to be like defend this guy, and it's like, oh, he might have done it. I think he did it. Oh, he actually did it. Oh, okay. So he's gonna die, and I'm gonna be out of a job. Excellent. As a defense lawyer, it's my job to advocate for the defendant as best I can. But still, I feel as though there's something even more important at stake here. There is no evidence to suggest the defendant did as my learnings his friend suggests. However, in terms of having the opportunity to carry out the alleged tampering, there is one possibility. Oh. Good gracious. Explain yourself, Counsel. Yes, there is. It seems my learned Nipponese friend has no intention of running from the deceit. Deceit? I'm sure everyone still remembers this clearly. The recess we had forced to take. As a result, the smoke grenade fired by the witness and currently the stand, Miss Gina Lestrade. Yes, I remember. It happened like 2 hours ago. What is going on? Be careful, Mr. Naruhodo, cover your face. Yeah. I'm not gonna reread this. Yeah. I know, I was there. I read it all. It's done. The courtroom was filled with smoke and everyone was thrown into confusion. All of us were made to leave this chamber. In that brief interval under the veil of smoke and all this chaos. Whoa, cool. It would have been possible to steal inside the omnibus. Nice spin there. Are you wise? What are you trying to pull, you rotten and feckless gouger? Feckless? Gouger? Yeah, show your true colors, Mr. McGillard. You're supposed to be defending me. Oh, I can't. Well, if you did it, it's like this is like the worst, the weirdest case scenario. I don't think this has ever been done in Ace Attorney as well. When the person you're defending is actually the person who did it. So, Willy Wonka losing it, yeah. Yeah, I don't think this ever happened in Ace Attorney history either. It's like the one you defend is actually the murderer. Like a lot of firsts with this series. If he did it, I'm not sure if he still did it. I'm still thinking it's her, but yeah, that'd be impossible, right? If she was stuck inside the thing. So, might be him after all. There's a wicked plot. Still gonna plot on misundermining me. So it is.
Objection!
Like Gene Wilder. Oh yeah. Yeah, I've got that. Yeah, I've got the 4K of the Willy Wonka. I actually rewatched it not too long ago. It still holds up. Still great. Whatever this is, it changes nothing. The facts are the same. After this courtroom was evacuated early as a result of the smoke grenade, a number of inconsistencies materialized in relation to the omnibus. Inconsistencies such as change in attitude always confused me as a kid. It's kind of disturbing. Yeah, I do like how he always like doesn't want to interact with Mike TV at all. Like every time he talks to him, he's like, "I'm a bit deaf in this ear. Next time, try to speak up." He just like ignores it completely. Just doesn't want to respond to like anything he has to say. To start with, the storage compartment underneath the rear passenger seat. And I think that was like the whole entire idea behind the Willy Wonka character. Like at the start, how he's like, you know, hobbling like buried limply. It's like, oh no, this man's completely crippled. But then he like rolls, and then like picks himself up again. It's like that's the moment where it's like, oh, this man's, you know, completely unpredictable. He could be, you know, the manufacturer of anything. So that was the whole entire idea behind the character. It's like, you know, he presents something, but on the surface there's clearly something else. But that fucking Tim Burton one, ooh, that was bad. That was real bad. I saw it. I watched it just for security's curiosity's sake, and that was not good at all. It was, ugh. And I'm not even gonna try to watch Wonka. It's like I don't care how Wonka came to be. I don't give a shit. I'm good on that. It's like I'm gonna pass on that one. Yeah, if anything, they should do the sequel, because Roald Dahl, he originally did Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, and then he did the sequel, which was Charlie and the Glass Elevator, which literally it's Charlie, his family, and Willy Wonka. They literally go into a glass elevator and they ride it up into space and they interact with aliens and all this other kind of like weird shit. Like I read the book as a kid, and yeah, that's a movie that they'll never make because they're probably way too scared. It's like, it'll be way too weird. The tonal shift would be way too strange, so... That's probably a movie that they'll probably never make, so... But I do remember that book being quite strange. They always try to wreck the classics, yeah, exactly. Well, when it's like, you know, hey, you can remake something, the studio wants to remake this movie, here's money, you can do it in whatever fashion you want, so I don't know, some directors obviously like, you know, half-ass it. It's like, do it in a computer, whatever, I don't care. I'm busy counting your money. So, or unless they have a vision and it's like, okay, here's what we want to do. Oh no, we're out of time. Quick, quick, shove it out, shove it out. Yeah, so. BFG, the animated one, is great. Couldn't fault that one. Right. Yeah, but I remember that's what happened with The Hobbit. Because apparently, with Lord of the Rings, was it Peter Jackson? He had 3 years of prep time. Apparently, with The Hobbit, he only had 1 year of prep time. And apparently, like, there was a bunch of stuff that I was trying to do practically, but they just couldn't get to work. So a lot of the stuff they had the CG. So, and plus the studio pushed it for it to be 3 movies instead of 2. So, yeah, it's always like the big money makers. They always have the final say. So, could have been a case of it as well. So, it's like, no, I want it to be like this. But that's dumb. No, shut up. I'm paying for this. Do what I say. So, yeah, sometimes the directors don't have the final say, unfortunately. When the police investigated the omnibus, this compartment was full of the driver's items. Secondly, we had the smear of blood on the edge of the skylight, but that was never open, so how do we know that it wasn't there before? As I said, it was not present at the start of this trial this morning. How do you know? Did you open it? I was not able to open it ever, so... unfortunately, Lord Bedsax. No one is able to corroborate your claims. That's true. When the omnibus was first wheeled out, both the storage compartment and the skylight were shut. Accordingly, I'm afraid to say, we cannot establish any certainty if this evidence is the result of tampering or not. Indeed, my lord, no doubt there was not a single person who saw it fit to verify such things. What do you think? Sorry. Yeah, there's definitely some tampering going on, that's for sure. About the omnibus. Is there anything else unusual about the omnibus? I have an inkling. My lord. Yes, counsel? There is one further inconsistency. A mark that surely could not have been present at the start of the trial. What? What in the devil's name are you going to say now? If you dare to betray me, you little maggot, I swear I'd be starting to watch you back.
Objection!
Silence, McGillard. The court awaits the defendant's clarification. This trial keeps swinging one way or the other. I have no idea what's truth and what's deception. Yeah, exactly. It's like very, very obviously going in one direction, very obviously going in another direction, and then very obviously going in the other direction. Because if I remember that, I was thinking like the two up top did it. I was like, maybe not. What am I supposed to believe here? I shall have to ask you to elaborate, counsel. Where exactly did the alleged mark that you claimed appeared at some point during this trial? Right on the floor. Right there.
Got it!
Got it. Have you considered that the victim had fell to the skylight on the floor of the cabin? If you must consider consistently expect to find the signs of blood where he landed. As far as I can recall, this blood stain on the cabin floor was not there when the omnibus first brought into the courtroom. Good lord. Yes, I do believe you're correct, counsel. Well said. Exactly, it's like you're doing my job for me. As though advocate for the defense, one might say that it was a very careless slip of the tongue. I believe the blood stain on the floor is a decisive piece of evidence. But the question is whether or not that evidence is genuine or whether it was unlawfully fabricated by someone. Let's check if it's blood or not. I guess we couldn't do that, right? I feel compelled to admit that there is at least the possibility that the evidence is fake. Complete silence. You hear? Ah! Oh, he's losing it. This trial is over. Mr. McGilded? I've done everything I possibly do to cooperate with the court. but we must taste the blood to feel it's not tested it. Yeah, exactly. Does it test like copper or not? Pretty easy to figure it out. It's all over now. But you're the defenders. It's over, I tell you. Memory, recollection, what people think they saw. It's all nonsense. Facts are what counts, and the fact is that bloodstain is there, now. Well. And however the course of this deathless trial, long and extremely drawn as it has been, that good-for-nothing Reaper of Bailey failed to represent any decisive evidence at all. I'm scandalized, so I am. Though I think better, Lord Van Zykes. Well, my lord? I must concur with the defendants. They inferred recollections of an individual cannot stand as evidence. Thus, this moment in time, the particular bloodstain in the question is very much in existence. I guess. Like, was I the only one who went in there and checked? Like, apparently, Van Zykes also recollects, but yeah. In the absence of any credible method in which to prove the alleged previous non-existence, I regret to say that it would be improper for this trial to continue. Your lordship can't be serious. Lord Van Zykes, what is your position? The prosecution, my lord, has no further witnesses or evidence to present. Oh, just like that? We're just going to postpone the case? Very well. In that case, as I believe we have expelled every possible avenue in this matter, I shall proceed to my adjudication. As formality, I will cross obliged to confirm with the defense first. What formality? As things stand at the moment, it would seem that Mr. McGill is found not guilty. Yes. Which would mean we've won. Is that really the right outcome here? Is it really outright for the trial to come in now with all these unexplained inconsistencies? Counsel for the defendants. Your closing statement, please. Yes, my lord. The defense believes the defendant could be guilty. Oh god. It's gonna sandbag our own client into the ground. I am here in this courtroom today to advocate for the defense of my client, Mr. McGill. However, at this moment in time, I cannot in all good conscience fully attest to the defendant's inconsistency. What are you saying, man? Without a question, there is no conclusive evidence to prove the defendant is guilty. However, there is also no conclusive evidence to prove that he is innocent. Good. Good gracious me. Worst lawyer ever? Yeah, exactly. That'd be hilarious if there were like an Ace Attorney like game, like a fan game where you could like literally throw the case in one way or the other. You just like throw it on purpose if you really felt like it. that'd be hell to write though. My god. If there was like multiple branching paths and jeez, that'd take fucking forever to write. Yeah, that'd be cool though. If you could like just just go over, down whatever path you wanted. That'd be interesting. Legal aid material. Order. This is unprecedented behavior, counsel. I, the defense lawyer, calling the accused innocence into question. Are you sound of mind? Oh, it was a grand decision to appoint you as my lawyer. So it was a grand decision. What? I must say, I didn't expect quite an exciting spectacle at the end there, but still. Here, have this for your troubles. Ah! Your job here is done, fella, and some fine work you've done, so you have. Client loves it though. Yeah, I guess he's gotten a good giggle out of this. Well, if there's gonna be like no evidence to convict him, he might just get off the hook scot-free, so Because I'm guessing that's what his plan was all along, to just use his charm to be like, I'm the best. Oh, he's clearly not a murderer. Because apparently this is not the first time it's happened either, so... What do you mean? I was just the right honourable gentleman just deducing people put it before. This trial I can't go anymore. And your closing statement there was, how did he put it now? Nothing more than a formality. I think your defense lawyer turns on you. You might miss the case somehow in reality. Right. Yeah, I think that's what that Jim Carrey movie, Liar Liar, where like he figures out, like he does it perfectly. He like figures out like he gets his client off the hook, and like by just telling the truth, obviously, because he can't lie because he's cursed. But then like as he's doing it, he's like, oh, I found more evidence, and the judge is like, hey man, it's over. Man, I'm tired. I want to go home. So the case is over. So he just wanted to keep going. Wah, ha ha ha. Gonna turn to Wario. I really don't know what to make of all this. Well, the evidence was seen genuine, or was it fake? I guess it's up to you, Six, right? To figure it out. His lordship will be fuming. Hang on, something rubbish will be disposed of promptly, as I said. That sticky merchant always guilty of something. You, mark my words. I feel terribly ashamed that I ever doubted that lovely man who gave us the lovely park. Now that proceedings have unfolded in this way, I am compelled to declare a premature end to this trial. Furthermore, yeah, it's like how much longer can this go on? Like we've done everything right. How much further could this go? But knowing ex attorney, it could keep going. The court must accept the defense plea. I thank you kindly, my lord. I hereby pronounce the verdict of this court. Objection.
Objection.
Yeah, I knew it. But we still haven't determined the bloodstain and the omnibus is genuine or not. We don't know if these witnesses are telling the truth or a pack of lies. We have no idea about the truth. Lord Van Zykes, my lord, the case made the prosecution is flawed, plain and simple. If indeed the omnibus is presented as evidence to be tampered with, the prosecution is at fault for allowing such a disgraceful diversion of justice to take place. My sincere apologies, my lord.
Objection.
But wait. When we evacuated from the courtroom, Lord Van Zykes ordered the evidence to be secured. I'm afraid the prosecution cannot shun responsibility to this matter. That's so unfair. The culpability of the defendant does not, at the present this time, be established by this court. Consequently, the jury will not be required to offer a proper judgment. What? I just go straight up just call it himself. Be like, fuck your opinion. Well, Lord Van Zykes, it's been a pleasure. So it has. And as for you, my dear fella, I couldn't have asked for a better defense. Try to throw him under the bus, but he still got away with it. You mean to tell me this has all been a grand waste of time? Just the law of my land, my good man. And I'd like to pursue the matter further. You can always go ahead and try to change the law. Magnus McGillen. Good grief, you have more to say to me, have you? Just one thing. A warning. This is far from over. Well, something to be looking forward to then. Wah! Ah, ha, ha. I hereby pronounce the defendant Maximus Magnus McGillen. Objection. Not guilty. Oh, straight up. Okay. Yay? Question mark. Okay. Well, I guess we won. Can't believe it. This is an outrage. This is examining the evidence more. What are you talking about? The man's been cleared. He says. Yeah, that didn't seem conclusive at all. With the courtroom in the pandemonium for a second time that day, the judge delivered his verdict. And my first ever trial in Great Britain came to an abrupt end. With the defendant being found not guilty, obstinately a victory for us. Surely that can't be the end, right? Maybe. 18th February, 5:14 p.m. Oh god, this court session apparently has been going on for like 8 hours or something like that. Oh, hang on, actually like 7 hours. Yeah. The Old Bailey Defense Chamber. Certainly was a long trial. Ah, yes, it was. Your first ever trial on foreign soil and your first victory. It was a wonderful performance. My heartfelt congratulations. And to you, Mr. Soto, thank you for your assistance. I suppose we should be happy. Yeah, we let a potential murderer get away, so hooray. The trouble is, we're still completely in the dark about what actually happened. Well, we don't have enough time. But isn't it wrong? I mean, who actually was responsible for Mr. Mason's death? We don't even know that. The sole aim of the defense is to obtain a verdict. That attorneys the defendant. You carried out a duty to perfection. Aye, that you did. And now I'm gonna kill you next. The client. I mean the defendant. He's gonna kill me next and get away with it. It's gonna be an ongoing chain. Mr. McGillett. Ah, and that girl was in him too. Well, it seems that the stories are true. Oh, what stories? About the 6 enormous fireworks they do by letting out from the verdicts not guilty. I'm sure you must have seen them now. Spectacular, wouldn't you say? Yes, definitely. It was a sight to behold, and be sure it was. And I have you to thank, I suppose, for having an opportunity to see it. Wah ha ha. Oh, I don't know about that. I'm not sure I really did anything. Oh no, you're saying, fella. Well, how did I walk out of there free and man then? I don't think it was so much thanks to me as down to your planning. You're straight talking fella, are you? I must say, you must have a straight ahead there once or twice. But you're young and headstrong. As the water on the bridge. So what happens to those 2 guys? Do they get convicted now, or? Who knows? Congratulations, Mr. McGillett, on having your name cleared. But nothing's resolved. There's only one thing that matters to me. Oh? Aye. Never seen that I didn't do a duteous and obstinate deed. It's just grand enough. I suppose it is. Now you're as fine fellow as Scotland Yard can take matters in the hand or any sort of wee details. They'll all see for what it is, and they'll get to the truth. Absolute faith in them, so I have, after all. I do be providing a good number of wages, all the taxes I pay. Wah ha ha. It's not that funny. So then. As we agreed beforehand, 1,000 guineas for your trouble, fella. Oh, no, I couldn't possibly accept that much. Gave you sneaky peeky, yeah. The classic. Did a JoJo pose. It'd be worse, you humble people are from the east. Well, if you insist. But have this still and all. You deserve a reward. Mr. Magnus McGillett. Everything is ready, sir, if you'd like to follow me into the courtroom. Into the courtroom? What do you... What's this, officer? 'Tis sooner than I was led to believe. Hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There were some changes to the schedule. Well, I must be making tracks now. It is time for the inspection. Sorry, what inspection? They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could present it for myself. They're going to examine it again? Now? Naturally, I'm under no obligation to take any part of more of this matter now. But as an outstanding member of Lion Society, I do be doing my best to help where I can. Just a gentleman's duty, so it is. So then, very well. It was an absolute pleasure meeting you. I hope you have a great whale of a time while studying here in Great Britain. And there he goes, a free man. Oh, it's you. Oh yeah, I forgot she was here too. They try to steal my money that I just got. Don't move. Whereas I want to say, get a move on? This should really take forever to get a load that thing. Miss Lestrade, would you mind putting that thing down? You're a grown-up. Sorry. Well, I get into real-world politics. I remember Prince Andrew once interviewed and claimed that he couldn't sweat as a defense. Could see something like that happening in the game. Right. Yeah, just sit as cool as a cucumber on the stand. Yeah, no worries. I didn't do it. Yeah, I guess if you're like, I don't know, if you're like into the, if it happens like multiple times, you get used to it. So I don't know, if you like put in the spotlight over and over again, you eventually like you eventually become dull to it. So yeah, I suppose. And I ate all grown-ups. Ah, there you are. Oh, it's you. Finally. Finally. Been waiting for this character to show up for like 15 hours or 20 hours or how long I've been playing this game. The woman claimed to be sweat all over her. She's impossible. I can't sweat. Right. Due to PTSD or something? Oh, I see. Yeah, I think there's like... Isn't there people that like don't have sweat glands? I don't know. I might make that up. Who knows? Yeah, but this is This is yeah, this is her like Sholmes' assistant, so yeah. She like appears in like all the promotional artwork, so yeah, I've been waiting for you to show up. Naughty, naughty, running off like that. Is this some kind of picnic? It's just a little girl now. And Talk taking that like he would as well. I was looking forward to the trial render my experimental smoke grenade launcher. Huh. Oh, mine's bigger. Oh, do you want to play? You won't beat me. Yeah. Excuse me, but, who are you? Oh, good day to you. I'm, well, the inventor, I suppose, of that machine. Bit of a steampunk look to the designs. Yeah, exactly. I guess that's what they were going for. I guess that this would be the era of steampunk technology, so makes sense. Or steam-based technology. The inventor? Well, normal smoke grenades are so dull, don't you agree? White, white, and more white. If you have to be more shrouded in smoke, it should be at least a pretty color, I thought to myself. Do we have to be shrouded in smoke? Thought? At all? I just took my eyes off of her for a moment while I was changing into a different omnibus, and she pinched it. Luckily I fitted it with a telegraphic beacon. What's it? What's it? I have no idea what this girl's talking about. Anyway, you come with me now back to my laboratory. What? What for? To apologize, of course, silly, to my technician. What? You mean to say sorry? You must say sorry when you've done something wrong. Surely an adult has told you that before. An adult? I don't listen to no adults.
Come along then, follow me. Fine, have it your way. Oh, good, good. You see? I knew you want to do the right thing at the end. I'm fairly sure that's what she wants is not get shot by that massive gun of yours. Well, I'll be leaving now then. Bye-bye. I'm so sorry for all of us. Okay, goodbye. She was a lovely one. Now, back to whatever it was that we were doing. So, do you think perhaps we ought to be on our way now too? Yes, I suppose you're right. But, where to? Oh, we haven't enough time to find a place to stay. No sooner than we arrive in London than we have to rush here. All about traveling cases. We're still with the bailiff. I was originally planning to spend today in the search of lodgings, but at this late now today, I'm afraid we may be out of luck. I'm gonna sleep on the streets. Don't worry, don't have a plan. Worst comes to worst, I've heard of a lovely park where we can spend the night. Oh god. Please tell me you're not thinking of McGill Park. I know it may be a little chilly at this time of year, but our youthfulness will see us through. And I'm not so sure about that. I think a midwinter night might freeze a young person solid just as easily as an elderly one. Yeah, not too bad it's not of the era, because I think it was a few of my friends have told me stories where they've got stuck up in the city, not able to take the last train home, so they just went to like a 24-hour McDonald's and just stayed there all night until they could eventually get like the first train home. So that's a classic tactic. Oh dear, that doesn't sound any agreeable. Now I'm starting to regret turning to Mr. McGill down. About 1,000 guineas would have paid for a lovely warm room or mansion. It's not a bad idea. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, go somewhere where there's cameras. Pretty safe in McDonald's there, I imagine. Yeah, they'll probably be like, you know. Oh, yeah, I'm not actually sure. Yeah, but at least they have cameras of like somebody try to start something, so. Yeah. And so, the trial to determine my worthiness for the study tour was over by the end of our first day in London. However, as we were soon to learn, there were more trying times ahead. Just as the Reaper of the Bailey had warned, the case was far from over. Yeah, but I heard that's what some people do in Japan, because apparently there's like 24-hour manga cafes that you can go to. And that's what some people do, because apparently like you get your own like little pod that you can sit in and just read. And that's what people do. They just like rent out a pod and just like sit in there all day or all night and just like fall asleep. So if you're really desperate for somewhere to stay while you're in Japan, you can do that. Yeah, we'll do a little bit of the next case.
Get the fire brigade! Water! Bring water!
Oh yeah, I gotta burn it down for real.
How did this happen? I don't know, sir. By the time I got here, it was already engulfed. No one was supposed to be allowed in here before we started investigating.
So is the fourth case going to be a continuation of the third case?
No. Oh, good God. There's someone in there.
Someone's going to be burned to death.
Oh. This can't be.
Nice scar. Yeah, looks like it. Yonder. Neat. Sure. Yeah, I'll do a little bit. I'll do a little bit of the starter, much like I did last time. Oh, and look who's back. Yeah, you get Sherlock Sholmes as the background save that. So he is gonna be back, I guess. Episode 4. Yeah, because there's only. Oh, there's only 5 episodes. What? I thought there was 6. What the fuck? Huh? Oh, so there's only 5 episodes? I thought there was 6. Oh, so apparently we're actually closer to be done with this game than I thought. Okay. So we're over halfway done. Oh, there you go. Okay, sure. Whatever. I swear I thought that was 6 cases. Unless maybe once you finish the 5th one, there's like a secret 6th case that's not available there.
I begin to think, Wilson, said Sholmes, turning his head languidly in my direction, that there is more to this case.
Damn, we're already at episode 4. Yeah, what up, Dolus? Yeah, we are. Yeah, we just finished episode
Indeed.
3. Because I thought there was 6 episodes, but apparently there's
are yet to discover.
5. So,
His eyes wandered, following the steam rising from his cup of herbal tea.
so that means it's probably like,
Him
I don't know, like 10, 15 more hours of this game, so,
of that snowy evening.
because the rest of we're doing
To the
cases.
young lady collapsed.
So that makes
on the
sense
pavement
why like
along
the
Briar
cases
Road,
like there's like
and
very
to the
slow
knife
pacing.
in her back.
That'd be why.
Lit in the soft glow of gas lamps.
Right,
a
that
most
makes sense then.
extraordinary scene had
Because I was
been
playing through the
set.
cases, I was like, this is kind of
And
slow,
under the
but
cover of
that'd
a
be
white
why
fog,
to like
The
obviously
curtain
like
had
pad them
risen
out more, right?
silently on the insoluble mystery of our invisible killer.
Alright, inside the clock room. 19th of February, 9:47 a.m. British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice's office. Did you sleep last night, Mr. Naruhodo? Yeah, it makes me wonder if they're going to do another Ace Attorney game, which is going to be a sequel to this one. I wonder. Much like they did with Yakuza Like a Dragon, how it was like a spin-off game, and then they did a sequel to that game, so... in a similar vein. No, not at all. It was an enormous hotel, wasn't it? The rooms were so luxurious, I felt like we were staying in the palace. And with all the gas lights twinkling, it was brighter than a day even in the middle of night. What about the enormous beds? After my time in the SS Blue, yeah, I wasn't going to waste a single inch of that space. I spent the entire night rolling from one side of the mattress to the other. Oh yes, it really was a sort of stunt you can only dream of normally. Except, when I learned we earned £3 for the rooms, that dream quickly turned to a nightmare. Oops, sorry about that. The building was so impressive, the entrance was so inviting, I just wandered in without thinking. A lodging house in Japan. That sum of money would have put a roof over your head for a whole year. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't help but my tears were presented with the bill. Ugh, I really am sorry. Well, never mind, we just meant to find some more affordable lodgings right away, though. We're not too careful, our entire strip and we'll end up used up in 10 or less days. Yeah, I bet you're regretting not saying no to that sum of money you're offered, right? London is a scary place. Ah, good morning to you at this early hour. Yeah, this guy. Oh, yes, well... Good morning to you, Lord Chief Justice. We came to report on the outcome of the trial at Old Bailey yesterday. Such citizen, it's amazing. She doesn't bat an eyelid, even in the presence of this imposing Lord Strongheart. Yes, I believe you had a very comprehensive initiation into the British courtroom practices. Oh yes, it was very eye-opening, thank you. And in accordance with your instructions, Lord Strongheart, Mr. Naruhodo performed his duty to the end. Yes, I've already been appraised of the events. You concluded in a remarkable defense. You may consider that your test passed. Oh, no longer you're a student for the Emperor of Japan. You are henceforth claim to be a fully fledged lawyer. Birds of scale. My country is delighted to welcome a young talent from such a remote eastern lands. Yeah, I wonder if, like, because we're considered like an actual proper lawyer now, can we be like on the other side of trying to like nail that guy now? Being like, alright, so you're off the hook, but now you're up for trial again, and now we're gonna stick it to you, right? Yeah, so we don't have the dwelling lingering motive of being sent back home over our heads, or not making it as a lawyer. Because we technically did it, right? So now we can use our talents to do the opposite. Thank you very much. So I'm a lawyer now. Now, in the view of your appointment, I have a fresh case in mind for you. I'd like you to take it on at once. I trust that it won't be a problem. Another case? Already? Nothing trains a lawyer better than practical experience. I'm sure I don't sense dissatisfaction, do I? It's just that yesterday's trial ended, and usually I've quite come to terms with it. What's to come to terms with? The man was cleared. What more were you hoping for? Whoa. Oh yeah, I remember. I was there. I remember. Yeah. Got it. Can I autoplay and we'll skip it? Auto. What does this do? Does it automatically let go? Once it finishes? Or does it advance it periodically? Okay, it advances automatically. I just can't stop wondering if Mr. McGillard really was as innocent. Mr. Naruhodo. It's just that I never imagined to ascertain the truth. And then the trial ended. Well, if you ain't needed to trouble you for a second longer. Sorry? What do you mean, Lord Strongheart? Magnus McGillard passed away immediately following the trial. What the fuck? Oh, so he burned alive. Oh, interesting. Huh. Wait, what? So, oh. Oh, I was thinking maybe it was like the... I was thinking maybe it was the girl that like trapped him in and burned him, but that couldn't have been because she wasn't there. That's interesting. Okay, so he's not gonna pay for his crimes after all because he's dead. No. What? Mr. McGillard is dead? Birds of scale. I have 19 minutes and 41 seconds until my next engagement. Time enough to talk. Okay, converse. I don't understand. What happened? How can he be dead? After the trial concluded yesterday, there was a great commotion in the Old Bailey. As you presumably recall, the only boss has been wheeled to the courtroom. Yes, of course. That was the scene of the crime which Mr. McGillard had been accused of. Precisely. Well, while the bailiff's attention was diverted by some other matter, the omnibus went in flames. No. How could such a thing could have happened? That is being investigated as we speak, but already. The police have identified the corpse, the found inside the charged shell of the carriage as that of McGillard. That's awful! Either that or it's a fake and he's trying to be like, haha, I actually died, wink, wink. But I did it, I killed myself. The man must have slipped inside while the bailiff's attention was elsewhere. That bailiff really needs to pay more attention. And how could that have happened? That's right, yeah, because we already proved that the skylight can't be opened from the inside, right? Yes, he would have been stuck in there if somebody like locked the door. Interesting. Now that's also being investigated as we speak. Thinking back now. Immediately after the trial, Mr. McGill did mention going back to the courtroom to look at the omnibus. Well, I must be making tracks now. Yeah. Heard it. I was there. This is literally my point of view. An inspection of the omnibus? Not to my knowledge. I don't believe Scotland Yard had any intention of re-examining the carriage. But Then who was Mr. McGillis talking about? Never mind that now. The yard is making thorough investigation. This matter no longer a concern of yours. Leave it to the police. It was you. You did it. It was all you. I wouldn't be surprised if like he's behind like at the very end. It's like he's on trial. I was behind it all. I was the mastermind. Poor Mr. McGillis. Alright. So, how did you find your first taste of our country's Supreme Court? Oh, well, I don't know. I mean, it was... wow. Mr. Naruhodo means the whole experience was steeped in the solemnity of the Great Britain's long history. It's really a world apart of our own judicial system in Japan, which is only a few short decades old. Wow, Cicero sent us such a way with words. And you seem to have such a way of failing to find the right ones. What, did you read my mind? Psychic. The judicial system here is the most advanced in the world. Learn all you can. Most advanced in the world, is it? I was fortunate that your very first trial was a simple affair. I wouldn't call it simple, but alright. Simple? That was simple? As I believe I mentioned yesterday morning, it was a trial you couldn't lose. I don't mean to be contrary, Lord Strongheart, but the case was anything but simple. The circumstances of this case were so incriminating that I was stunned when I first heard them. In fact, I'm still finding it hard to believe that they will manage to be a favorable verdict. Is something funny? No, my apologies. However, the fact is that you did receive the not guilty verdict you set out to achieve. And that could certainly be attributed to exceptional talent, wouldn't you agree? Well, I don't know about that. Unless I'm setting you up to take the ultimate fall, right? You get nice and comfy. Now you're up for murder. Again. Well, never mind. You exceed my expectations, I freely admit. That is at least an undeniable truth. Which precisely why I prepared a new case for you that I mentioned before. What's going on? What was he going to say before? Alright, what is it? Oh, it's the, that's how he burned, right? Could you perhaps give us some more details about the new case that you mentioned? Don't tell me it's a murder, and the trial starts in 10 minutes? Don't worry, it's nothing so alarming or quite so urgent as your last statement. In fact, this case is completely different. Oh, I see. Did he just read my mind? Everyone's reading my mind. As to say, no one has died. As yet. Huh? Oh, is he... Wait, what? As the trial will not be today, there is plenty of time to research the case thoroughly. 23 hours, 43 minutes, and 19 seconds to be precise. Yeah, so this is something that happened in earlier Ace Attorney games where you actually get to like roam around, you can actually explore the area and like look for clues yourself. Like that's something that we haven't done yet. Oh, I guess we did do it in the boat trial, I guess. Or the boat case, but still. It's like something that happened a lot in the earlier Ace Attorney games anyway. I remember there was like one case in the first Ace Attorney game we had to go to an area and uncover one thing and go back to another area, then go back to another area, like go back and forth, like... I remember that was the whole thing. Ah, so the trial's tomorrow then. Is everything alright? Oh, yes, I'm just a little confused, that's all. Yesterday's trial was... well, it's left me wondering if I really cut out for being a lawyer. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. I don't know if I could face staying in that courtroom again after Mr. McGill's trial. Ah, yes, I nearly forgot. There is one similarity with yesterday's case. Once again, there is currently no one to advocate for the offense. Oh. The situation remains unchanged. The trial will start tomorrow with the defendant unrepresented. And if that happens, I need not to remind you of the inevitable outcome. The most terrible end awaits the defendant. Who's the defendant this time? Is it the girl? Yeah, but she wasn't even there, so how could it be her? That's right. Here we go again. Your time is up. You have to excuse me. I would like to advise you to begin making preparations for tomorrow's trial. After all, the clock is ever ticking. There is now but 23 hours, 26 minutes, and 39 seconds until the court sits. Last time I mentioned 23 hours, but you said there was plenty of time. And one more thing, Mr. Naruhodo. There is something that I would like to ask you. Oh, what's that? Yesterday, you remarked upon something that you intend to see through the will of your late compatriot, Mr. Asoge. I would be interested to hear exactly what you mean by that. Inside 34 seconds. Oh, well, Kazuma was just to say, you see, that he wanted to learn how to grace the justice system in the world works, so he would change how it is in Japan. Now that he's gone, I'd like to work towards that myself, and there's another thing. Oh. Another thing. Continue. On my way here on the steamship, you said there's something to me. There's something very important I have to do. Something very important? And what exactly would that be? He never had a chance to tell me. I suppose he would have done if he'd ever made it to Great Britain. You're out of time. Well, thank you for enlightening the discussion. Mr. Naruhodo, what's all this about? Mr. Sage never once mentioned anything of the sort to me. Yes, because we were best friends, obviously. I urge you both to focus on your attention to the matter at hand. I've taken the liberty of summoning the police inspector in charge of the case. He'll be able to appraise you with all the details. How long has he been there? Stay in the background. So, I wish you the best of luck and bid you farewell. So I have to talk to the police captain and ask him all the same questions. Oh, it'll take forever. There's something very important that I have to do. Kazuma-sama, what did you mean? I wish I knew, but honestly, I never told me. I'm gonna use this sword to cut through the truth. Anyway, better talk to that detective, don't you think? Yes, you're right. I hope I'm just imagining it, but I wouldn't say he looks pleased to see us at all. Is that fries? Potato? Oh, I can't examine. Yeah, I'd imagine we wouldn't need to examine anything in here, right? I didn't want to examine those books, but okay. No, I want to move the room around. I don't want you to talk about books. Let me out. Help. I can't skip this text. Oh god. How do I do that? Oh, okay, you press square. Yeah, whatever. Skip. Thank you. I want to do this. Okay. Okay, nothing else there. That's fine. Yeah, assuming there wouldn't be anything worth to look at here, because why would there be, right? Yeah, it's like... Oh, there's more! You can write out newspaper. Didn't I used to do that with fish and chips back in the day, but they stopped doing that because of the ink. They used to stain the products. I'm not sure. Or maybe that was a rumor. But these days they just use like regular grease paper. Or like just regular paper. Could we trouble you? What do you think? Ah! Lovely weather, isn't it? What's the weather got to do with anything? Ah! Listen to me, you young Japanese upstart. Some flippery about the weather. Doesn't get any English gent eating you out of your hand, you know. Ugh. But Sasuro-san told me it was a foolproof. Ah, a busy man. Ah, a very busy man. There's some crime scene to investigate, but I'm here. I'm having to get the likes of you talking to. They used to serve fish and chips in newspaper. Yeah, I thought so. But now they just use paper. Oh, I'm ever so sorry. Can you imagine what the other officers would be here saying? Not sure why I stopped it. Imagine it was the ink, but not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if that was a rumor or if it was or not. But I'm assuming it'd be probably pretty expensive to just buy so many newspapers, or maybe not. But I'm sure you could probably just like buy paper with nothing on it for, you know, same price or even less. So, yeah. Haven't you seen Gregson anywhere, have you? Ah, he's busy with the bigwigs these days. And all because of some bumpkin heroes and jaunt from countries I haven't even heard of. I hear that ripping sound. It's my reputation of the yard going to tatters. There's no need to rip us apart as well. Fries holder reminds you of New York fries. Right, I'm assuming it'll be like a gimmick. It's like probably some places that still like do like newspaper style. Like, you know, you hold it. Or maybe just like the style, like the cone shape. Because I know some places do that with like was it like chilled ice or whatever? They just have it like in a cup or whatever. Or like some drinks they do that. They have like the cups that go like that. They have like a tip at the end, so you can't put it down. So you have to consume it. You can't just like put it down somewhere and litter. So it's just to avoid that. So you just kind of like leave shit like lying around. So the river supply as well. I don't believe we've been introduced. This is Mr. Ryanosuke Naruhodo's defense lawyer. Eh? It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant. So, it's lovely weather we're having today, isn't it? It's unseasonably fine, I grant you. London winters don't see a lot of sunshine. Okay, so it's going to give her the time of day because she's a lady, right? That's how it works. Unbelievable! How did she pull that off? So, Lord Strongheart has asked me to fill you in on the case. The name's Tobias Gregson. Inspector Gregson to you. I'm from Scotland Yard. Gregson? Inspector Gregson? What's the matter with Cicero-san? Does this detective name mean something to you? Something to her? It looks like a Bob's Burgers character, like the way that his face is shaped. Sure. Inspector, are you perhaps the Inspector Gregson? This is like a character that like appears in what was it, those novels that she reads, the detective novels? You're acting like you know this man, Mr. Soto, but he's a London detective. Oh, I do know him very well, in fact. Very well? Yeah, he features prominently in the adventures of Sherlock Sholmes. Yeah, that's it. Oh, on that publication. What's it called again? Rancid magazine? That's right. Inspector Gregson and Mr. Sholmes enjoy a wonderful, friendly rivalry. Oh, really? You rival the great Mr. Sholmes? That's incredible. Well, I don't know about that. Mr. Sholmes isn't a professional like myself, of course, but he does come up with the goods from time to time. Mr. Sholmes is equally complimentary about you, Inspector, isn't he? You've earned his highest praise. Gregson is a pick of the bad lot of the Scotland Yarders. Those are his own words. That's his highest praise? Well, Mr. Sholmes isn't particularly known for giving his compliments, you see. That he is not, and thanks to that magazine, my name's been known all over London town now. That's great, isn't it? I have to admit to start with, I was a little, flattered by all attention. Everyone wanted to shake my hand. My reputation, the yard went through the roof. Well, that's wonderful. No, it's not. There's nothing more sinister than a man on the street. People are always looking at me now. They're whispering rumors about me under their breath, I'm sure. Rumors? Are you quite sure? He's changed since he started appearing in those stories. The fame's gone to his head. Stuff like that. Gosh, do you really think that people are saying such mean-spirited things about you? Like I said, they whisper, so I can't catch exactly what they're saying. But I know what the folk are like. I'm sure that's what they're saying. I'm sure it's eggs is eggs. I get the feeling the detective could be very hard work. Oh dear, perhaps the sudden rise of fame does change people. I think it's like that South Park joke. It's like, here's an ordinary monkey, and we're gonna give this monkey a bunch of money. And he's like, he's acting out now, because he has all this money. Right. So, about the case the Lord Chief Justice has mentioned before. Nothing to tell you, really. As far as we're concerned about the yard, it wouldn't be simpler. Oh dear, that probably means... As far as we're concerned as lawyers, it couldn't be more complicated. I wish you were wrong about that, but I do have a nasty feeling you're right. A young woman was walking along on the pavement of Briar Road when she was stabbed from behind. Fortunately, it wasn't fatal, but she did laid up in the hospital, unconscious. That's despicable. What kind of cow would attack the poor woman from behind? I suppose you wouldn't finish whoever it was off with a Satsuru's takedown, would you? Neither here or there, Mr. Naruhodo. Brace yourself, Mr. Rhinosuke. You're angered her now. Anyway, after something of a whirlwind investigation, the criminal was arrested. He barely had time for a cup of tea after the incident took place, to be honest. So there must have been something left at the scene that led you directly to the culprit. Or perhaps it was a reliable witness who recognized the person in question. Let me stop you right there. You're wasting your time on this one. Sorry. There's nothing you can do. There's no way to help the bloke now. Why ever not? Simple. The prosecutor's being assigned to the trial tomorrow is Lord Baruch Van Zykes, of course. Yeah, it's like you always get like the same guy like over and over again. I think you always get the same guy once, and then whoever's the prosecutor, you get them over and over throughout the whole entire game. Usually until like the very end case. I think the end case, you get somebody different. It's like, oh, this guy's not here to mess around. Jesus, this guy's serious. I think so anyway. Yeah, I can't remember. I think that happened in the first game. I can't remember if that happened in Dual Destinies. I can't recall. No. Sounds like you've heard about him then. Oh yes, we are very familiar with Lord Van Zykes. Believed to be the harbinger of death itself. A reaper of the Bailey. Oh. Sure. Lord Baruch Van Zykes, who was facing the court only yesterday. Mr. McGillis told us about him in the trial, didn't he? Oh yeah. When Van Zykes stands for prosecution, they call the accused sacrificial lambs. This was back when he was wearing his cape. And every single trial that he's been in, the prosecutor, the accused has been damned. Well, until now. This Reaper of the Bailey nickname? I suppose he's earning himself that because every defendant he advocates against is found guilty. Is that it? Well, if that's the case, we should inform you, Inspector, that yesterday's trial against Lord Van Zykes, Mr. Naruhodo secured a verdict of not guilty. Now his streak is ended. And what of it? Oh, well, I think that means that even against the Reaper of the Bailey, it's not possible to save the defendant. No, you really don't have a clue, do you? What do you mean? What happened to that bloke in the end, eh? He's dead. Oh, still. Sure, that's not... I'm gonna get you one way or the other. It's like he killed him on purpose. How dare you be not guilty? I'm gonna see you killed by my own hands. Ah, Magnus McGill came up copper in that omnibus wind that went up in flames. So you can't rightly say you saved the defendant, can you? What? What are you saying? Look, if Van Zut's get the dirt and stick on everyone, he'd be a miracle worker. But that's not how it goes. He doesn't work miracles. He works magic. Black magic. I'd have a good long think about it if I were you. Are we really supposed to believe that? Oh, is that everything? Right, well, I'll fill you in as requested. I'm very nearly out of chips. So I'll be heading back to the crime scene now. I'm still carrying on a few investigations there. It was Briar Road, you said, didn't you? Where the incident took place? That's correct, ma'am, and if you head over to the holding cells, you can meet the criminal himself. You've branded him a criminal already? He's good as shaken like a leaf in his cell, he is. I'll give you a chuckle if nothing else. He's inmate 53. Speak to the jailer, will show you the way. That's right, that's something he did as well in previous Ace Attorney cases. He went to the police station multiple times and like spoke to your defendant as they're like in prison. Inmate 53, thank you. So there's no helping anyone against the Reaper of the Bailey, they say. Something trouble with you, Mr. Naruhodo? Yeah, I want at least to see who we're defending, and then we might end there, I think. Because I'm getting pretty hungry. To tell the truth, when I recall the trial yesterday, I can't stop myself from shaking. The idea of facing the Reaper in court again is... Well, if you think it's too much for you, there's no shame in turning the case down. That takes courage too. But if the man they arrested is innocent, you could well imagine he was shaking like a leaf in his cell. And I, for one, wouldn't take the side of that funny. So, if I'm honest, I'm still feeling the shock of yesterday's events myself. And I'm really not sure we'll be able to help this man, whoever he is. But I'd like to try. I think I'm going to make some inquiries. Will you help? But did you really think you had to ask? After all, I am your judicial assistant. Thank you. So then, shall we? Yes. Let's go. Sure, move. Let's do it. Let's go to prison. 19th of February. Locale prison, cell 9. What is this wrong? So these are British prison cells. Oh, they're ghastly. It feels like a dungeon. Yes, and having experience in Japan myself, I can assure you that our wooden cells feel a lot easier than these cold stone walls. Oh, don't, Mr. Naruhodo, you're making it seem worse. Isn't there? I think there's some places, I forget where it is. It's like in some other country. I don't know if it's like in Sweden or... It's somewhere, but apparently like I saw like a video. It's like cells that like literally look like a college dormitory, like prison cells. It's like, yeah, they get like, you know, bunks and desks and reading material and like all these like. It's like, this doesn't look like a prison at all. Apparently, our client is in this cell here, but it's so dark back there I can't make them out. I wonder what he's like. Inmate 53, your legal responsibility here is see. Stop eyeing the back of the cell and show your face at once. Am I? Am I a cat? As yet, we don't know. Calling me by my number is utterly, unbelievably, unjustly, unreasonable. I refuse to answer. Mr. Naruhodo, what? What do you think is going on here? I have no idea, but I wasn't just hearing things, was I? Was that tirade of complaints? Wasn't Japanese? Oh, interesting. Also, this is who we're defending.
Nice face. Excuse me. Shh. Quiet. Yeah, they just get weirder and weirder, don't we? His eyes are kind of bizarre. Maybe Finland or Iceland, but one of them out there? Yeah, it was something like that. Yeah. They're all around, hiding. I know they are. They're watching, listening. Even now, I can sense it. Right, so could I ask you... No, there you are. You've come to curse me, haven't you? Don't try to hide it. You're a ghost. A ghost? Yeah, this guy doesn't seem crazy at all. Also, he's quite short. He's as tall as her. We mean you no harm, prisoner-san. Are you Japanese by any chance? Oh, and then when he speaks to him in Japanese, he's like, "Oh, I'm fine now." This is beyond my wildest dreams. What the? I can't believe that somebody Japanese is representing. Forgive me for this outburst before. I'm so sorry. Charlie Chapman, look, yeah, a little bit. I wouldn't be surprised if it was based off him. Oh, it's fine. We were just a little surprised, that's all. Imagine it. It's been 12 long months I left my hometown, and here I am, in a frightful fix in a foreign land. So hearing the sweet sound tones of a compatriot's voice here in the damp, dark hellhole was a most immeasurably moving moment. Wow, okay. Who would have guessed that this new client Lord Strongheart assigned to us would turn out to be a fellow Japanese? Ah, what compassion my fellow countrymen show to dispatch a first-class lawyer away from Japan to defend a mere foreign student. You're a student? Alright. Must have screwed fooled me. Noble, nurturing, never-failing Nippon! First-class lawyer? Oh dear, I think there's been something of a misunderstanding here. I wonder, would you be so kind to tell us what happened? Why you've been detained as a suspect, for example? Yes, I can, I will. Shan't stay sudden and silent. I'm not quite sure I understand what he means, but he seems happy. Yes, so he does, but I hope it actually has a good reason to be. Thank you for your cooperation. I am a lawyer, as you said. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the clothes will give us away, but alright. And I am Naruhodo-san's judicial assistant, Satsuru Mikotoba. I am a visiting student sent out by our government. Notably nursely named Natsume. Sasaki Natsume. Okay, cool. Alright. We might start to investigate or try to get some information out of him next time, but I reckon we might save here. Leave it there until next time. So cool. Excellent, excellent. Very cool. Yeah, so we're... Yeah, don't have too much of this game left, which is... both sad and both good, because yeah, I was expecting this game to be a little bit longer. Because for some reason I remember there being 6 chapters, not 5, but that's fine, because once this is done I'm going to start Final Fantasy 7, so... There you go, there you go. Thank you for your streaming. Oh yeah, no worries, man. Oh, good. And I'm going to be live again tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm going to play Little Nightmares. Because I was thinking about it, and I was like, I want to replay Little Nightmares before Part 3 comes out, so... And I'm not sure when Part 3 comes out, so... But I figured since we're on a break between, you know, the... so we just finish up Metal Gear, and we can move on to another game, because, you know, that game can be done in like 4 hours, so... I could probably do that in a stream, and then move on to something else, so... I reckon that's a great idea, so... Instead of, like, playing something, and then, like,
cutting in between to play that and then continuing. So yeah, but all good. Cheers, guys, for watching. And oh, let's have a look. Is there anybody online? Who we got? Because Arby Soul was in here before earlier. So did he go live? No. If he did, he's not here. No, he's not alive, so... That's a shame. I would have rated him. Oh well. That's okay. But yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow then if you're here. Or if not, have a good week. But yeah. Catch you guys then. Until then, goodbye.